Just like in the movies.
Welcome to SuperWonder Legacy. I am Jared. I am here with Britt. What's up, Britt?
Hello, hello.
And today we are comparing Superman and Wonder Woman to Black Bolt and Medusa, the Inhuman royal couple. Which it's really funny because a funny thing about the Inhumans is like, so you know what they were supposed to do in Marvel from a perspective of editorial?
No.
So back in the day, Marvel didn't have the film rights to the X-Men because they were going bankrupt and had to sell off the movie rights. Marvel editorial had this stupid idea that just because we don't have the movie rights, we shouldn't do anything with them in the comics. So they tried to shunter off the mutants and replace them with the Inhumans. That's why we got an Inhuman show. And the funny part about it is that they're literally doing it again nowadays, but in reverse, where the mutants are replacing the Inhumans.
Wow. You know, I have not watched that show because
this show's okay. It's just they made some very questionable creative decisions.
Okay, see, because I was looking at reviews and it was and to prepare for this episode, I was going to watch it, but then I was like, I don't know.
So, you mind if I spoil one component of it that pretty much explains the questionable creative decision?
Oh, go ahead.
So, let me ask you this. In your research, what's Medusa's power?
The hair. And,
in the first episode, they shave her head.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm like, God, I'm watching this and I go, don't you dare do it. And then they do. The problem is it's CGI hair. So they're like, we don't have the budget. But I'm like, then why use the character?
So I'm so confused. So why shave her head? Like
because the hair is moving and stuff. They would have to use a lot of CGI and they didn't have the budget.
Wow.
And I'm like, you literally took the one thing that makes her unique.
That was not smart at all. Oh my gosh.
Boo, yeah. And by the way, so we got Somar, we got hey, what's up, Cameron? We got NJ, what's up? And then Cameron says, I'm only human after all, don't put the blame on me. Nice one, Jude. But the thing about the Inhumans is they're another concept that they're like the Eternals in that they kept trying to hit them. In fact, the Inhumans went to war with the X-Men and the Avengers at one point. But the thing is, and Louise Julie said, hey, Jared, long time viewer, happy to watch you since 2022. Hey, I'm glad you're here, dude. It's good to see you, brother. So this is the thing about the Inhumans. This is one of those, you know, it's another similarity, by the way, Britt, that I literally in this moment just realized that we didn't put in the PowerPoints, but we'll mention it now.
Oh my God, what is that?
The Inhumans and the Amazons are both hidden societies.
Oh.
I go, wait a minute, that's literally true.
That is true.
Yeah. Well, also, they were the plot of the horrible ass Avengers game. Yeah, exactly. But that's the interesting part. Because with the Inhumans, and they're basically... they're the ancient alien conspiracy theory thing took to its logical conclusion. So we'll start with that. But the other thing I want to mention, the Inhumans are one of my favorite groups of Marvel. So again, we keep talking about all the cool stuff. Discovered you through Dawson talking about oh yeah, of course. And Dawson's a cool dude. He's doing the art for my comic book. So let's get started. So why don't you start us off, Britt?
Okay, so of course we always start off by basically giving a summarization of the couples and, you know, what makes them unique and why we are making this comparison. And honestly, given what happened within these last couple of days, especially for SuperWonder, it's kind of like, you know, this entire fandom is full of contradictions and full of double standards because you can have these couples and they are praised, you know, for being royalty or wanting to talk about power couples. But when it comes to Clark and Diana, it's like a no go. You know, you have the whole eugenics accusation, fascism, and things like that. So with Black Bolt and Medusa, their relationship is founded on royalty, you know, the king and queen type thing. And also, their communication is that they, well, especially Black Bolt, he's dependent on Medusa, but at the same time, they're very independent. Clark and Diana's relationship is they are constantly independent. You know, they don't really depend on each other in that sense of, um, it's more like they need each other for a sounding board, you know, like that understanding, but they are still so far independent. And that's why we love them.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
with this couple, I didn't know that they basically had like scandals.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
You could think of them as Marvel's Kardashians.
Yeah, this definitely was feeling like, okay, wait, this I thought the X-Men were bad, you know, with this the Inhumans have their own like dysfunction, but at the same time it's so ingrained and built into their story. You know, with DC, that's the difference between DC and Marvel too, is Marvel they they enjoy the drama.
Hmm.
DC is kind of like they want the drama, but at the same time, they backpedal too much and they
Hmm.
don't want it to, you know, corrupt or stray too far from the traditional aspects. And it's kind of like that is why your characters are stagnant because you don't let them have that sort of flaw in their character, you know, that sort of let them be controversial, not too far of controversy, and not Tom King controversy, but
No one wants anyone to be Tom King
right,
controversy.
but like with post crisis, you have that back and forth with Clark and Diana of you know that will they, won't they, or um, well, with editorial, you know, basically can they, and you have those little hints here and there of yeah these two should be together but they have these restrictions um but it was still entertaining to have that. Now we barely have even their friendship because it's a threat to the status quo, and honestly that's the fault of your status quo that is well much less entertaining.
Yeah, exactly. If your status quo is that fragile, where just two people being friends can destroy it, that kind of says something. So obviously, we always start off with summarizing Superman and Wonder Woman, and yeah, it's like the thing about it, and this is one of the reasons why I've never liked the character of Lois, is because let me put it this way: if you have to constantly change her into other characters or denigrate other characters to prop her up, I'm fairly
Exactly.
certain that indicates that there is a problem with that base character. That I'm sorry, that's you gotta like you gotta adjust how you make this character. And the thing about it, when you look at like New 52 Lois, they did a lot of interesting stuff with the character, but a lot of old fans didn't like it. And the thing is, guess what they did? They changed up the Lois status quo. It's like the New 52 again, and Britt, I know you're going to agree with me on this, doesn't get enough credit for all the stuff that they were able to do. Granted, they made Lois unlike an unlikable shrew, but it just reflected what she always was.
Exactly, she's always been that way. And the thing is, what these traditional fans don't like is they say that Lois is independent. They say that she's a feminist character and everything like that. But when you actually, you know, analyze it or whatever, she's very much codependent on and, you know, relying on being the love interest.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because when I mean, New 52 basically showed, you know, they tried to give her her own one shot. It didn't do well. Even with Rucka's fan favorite as a writer and giving her a solo book, it didn't succeed. So, yeah, she is relying on being the love interest. And to me, it's a cheat, because DC continues to promote Chloe and, say how it's the best and it's this grand love story or whatever, but it's only by default. And honestly, even as we see with the new movie, they skip all the development and just have it. It's just there. It's just a relationship that you have to accept. And it doesn't have that sort of exploration to, okay, yeah, you want these two together and supposedly they're just supposed to be naturally together, but at the same time you still have to explore the why, though. Why should we, as a audience, um invest in the relationship? And no, we're not going to be sheep and just accept it. We want a story to actually be told and not be told by shortcuts, as DC so often do. Um, and with Clark and Diana, their relationship is always put under a microscope. Even with Sewell's book, I mean, Sewell said it himself that if it was, his choice, he would have said it's a Wonder Woman and Superman book. And
It
with reading
really
it,
is when you think about it.
yeah, with reading it, it is from Diana's perspective. Um,
Not only that, I know that like some people had issues with like there being so many Superman villains in the series, but I go, wait a minute. The only the only Superman villains that you had were Zod and Feora. They count as one because it was like one story, and then Brainiac, maybe Doomsday.
but
But
at the
it's
same
like,
time,
wait a second. The gods were the main villains the entire time, and it's more of how Diana relates to the regular world. That was the conflict.
but not only that, but I mean, the gods were also, Zod and Fiora played basically the puppet to Apollo. So, her villains still basically trump Superman's. And again, what Sewell said, the Doomed crossover, it wasn't like he wanted to do it. And it happened, but Diana was still put, at the forefront of the book. It wasn't until Tomasi that, again, he admitted, saying, "Oh, Diana is intimidating, so it's difficult to write her, and it's difficult to write the relationship because she demands the spotlight." Well, yeah, Sherlock, because this
She's
is
Wonder
a
Woman.
right. Not only that, but it's a shared title. Then you have Sewell saying that right after Doom, it was going to be a more, Wonder Woman centered arc after that. So it's like, no, the balance was there. It's just the fact that the editorial didn't give Sewell the chance to do so. Um,
Yeah, exactly.
but
And it's like, yeah, of course. And it's like when you look at the intention, it's just more of what Sewell. If just take what Sewell, because people, when I see people review the Superman Wonder Woman book, what they say is that the Sewell portion is great. And I go, okay, it would have been just more of that. But Angie also brings up Cersei also enslaved Clark and Diana had to save him. Yeah, exactly. There was a lot of Wonder Woman stuff in that damn book.
right,
Although that was in the one tolerable Tomasi volume. I say tolerable because there's still
exactly,
a lot of issues with volume 3.
exactly. And you see with Lois being Superwoman, she was more so like a sidekick than an actual partner.
So her new book should be called Superman Sidekick Lois Lane.
Yeah, basically. I mean, um, and how they basically zapped the powers so fast because it wasn't a story. It was just, I mean, even Williamson wrote it in that way of, oh, it was just fun and games. It wasn't something, well, duh, it wasn't going to be permanent, but at least if you're going to have that storyline, make it worth it. Instead, you just, I don't know, I don't even know. It was very forgettable, but with, of course, using Dan Ma's art, but even that wasn't enough for it to be such a boring storyline, and sales basically reflect that. So now you have her as editor in chief, but again, she really doesn't have a a, a role, and you have Superman Unlimited by Dan Slott. He's trying to make a bigger role for the Daily Planet as a whole, where you have Daily Planet buildings and stuff all over the DC universe for no reason, even in Themyscira. What is the Daily Planet doing in Themyscira? Why?
Here's the thing. I took that more of a them saying from coast to coast we'll have locations. So it's kind of it's like an exaggeration of location. I don't think they're actually going to put the Daily Planet in Themyscira.
I mean, they better not. And honestly, like the Daily Planet is, everyone has their own news. The Gotham Gazette. I think
Well,
Flash has.
plus, here's the thing. The Daily Planet thing as it exists now is kind of outdated. And you and I have talked about that because it's like newspapers, really? No one reads newspaper. Barely anyone reads comic books anymore.
Right. And I mean, if you want Superman, we've talked about this. If you want Superman to be a reporter, um, let him be a global correspondent. He doesn't have to be. Metropolis can be his home base, sure, and even the Daily Planet can be like a base, but he doesn't have to be confined to Metropolis or into the Daily Planet building itself. No, um, it's very limiting, and it just doesn't make sense that, yeah, of all of these decades, you would rather keep the character stagnant than upgrade, or let his supporting cast and everything around him evolve. We still have Superman that feels like he's from the 70s. And again, even from the new movie, he still feels like he's from the 70s.
And that is why I always say we have to start gatekeeping creators at a certain point. Because here's the thing. When you look at creators like Mark Waid, like Tomasi, and like all these other guys, let me say it's a red flag when someone says, I'm a 90s kid. And I go, yeah, but we're not writing in the 90s, are you?
Right.
Because here's the problem. When you have creators that say that, it basically means I'm just going to write them the way they were when I was a kid. And I go, dude, that is exactly why less and less people were picking up the comic until you modernize them with the absolute universe.
Right. Comics are not like music. Music from the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, especially the 90s and early 2000s. Now that age, like fine wine, that you can go back to those certain classic songs and everything like that. People use them for weddings, people, TikTok and doing dances and making up
Lord knows
tunes and stuff.
you reference Beyonce every show.
Exactly, exactly. So, that works. Comics, not so much. That is not going to work. You can have classic stories, but still you're going to have these characters still stagnant. Look at Superman. His I mean, and that was said by Batman and written in continuity, in
Mm-hmm.
verse for DC to say the
The
only
the
time
only
Superman,
time you ever inspired someone is when you were
when you're
dead.
dead. Right. That is the hardest roast. I mean, he should have died again right then and there with that.
You know what that is? If I were editing that into a video, I would follow that up with the clip of everyone watching a rap battle, and then they're like, "Oh!"
Yes, that that was that was the burn. That was, yeah.
Yeah, and
really,
Cameron asked a good question. Was Bruce wrong? No, not really, because
absolutely not.
remember, it's like the death of Superman was like the one time he had like universal relevance in the to the point where, granted, it was a slow news day, but the mainstream news was talking about it.
Exactly. And then what happened? He come back 6 months later and crashed the market.
Oh yes, exactly. He came back, and then everyone's like, "Wait, what?" And then he like ruined like death death in comics. One of the best YouTube videos I have ever seen. It's called "The Death and Return of Superman." It's by Max Landis. This is the one. This is one of the few good things he has on his channel. You ready? He literally says all that stuff that it broke Death in comics, and then follows it up with all the characters that have died and come back since Superman died, and it's like covering the entire screen. That's that. And I go, yeah, that's true, because at that point, everyone came back. Jason Todd, Bucky Barnes. We talked about this.
Right. And you know that you really can't feel anything when a character dies. You know, they don't even write deaths um as emotional as it should be anymore. You know, so yeah, why do we care for anything like that? Um and the other thing is, well, you always bring this up, is how fans always say that Clark and Diana's relationship is obvious. And
Thank you.
there was there
That's the
was
nicest thing these fans have ever said.
and from that Screen Rant clickbait tweet that we'll talk about later. But
And I had a fantastic response to that.
um first of all, the fact that majority of the comments are basically like, no way, like they knew it was BS from that.
Well, the one thing I will say is that someone had a great response to my tweet. They said, okay, wait a second. Here's why this logic is flawed. By their logic, Superman can't be with anyone,
Exactly.
not including Lois. By the way, so Max Landis is a film writer. He wrote the Superman book American Alien, but he's very controversial. And I sent Britt like his how he would reinvent Wonder Woman, and I go,
Absolutely
no,
not.
no, 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 no. That makes Brian Azzarello look like George Perez. That says a lot. If somehow you can surpass, you can make Brian Azzarello look like the greatest Wonder Woman writer ever. He's pretty good. He's not the best.
Right. So
That was the crazy part.
yeah. So with that tweet or whatever, you have people saying, okay, so why is, you know, Superman and Wonder Woman hated? And it was one person that said, well, I saw it all the time, you know, on Twitter and Instagram and how popular it was. And to me, it's just too perfect. And I'm like, okay, so you're hating a relationship because it's too,
And you realize what you say by that. You're telling me that Lois is a bad relationship when you say that's too perfect.
yeah, you're basically saying that Clark and Diana's relationship is it's natural. It's, you know, and but you hate that it's natural. Or you have the extremes where people say they don't have anything in common, but yet you also say that they're too similar to where you have people say that they're like siblings. You know, make up your mind. Which one do you want? So to me, it's just a lot of narrative changes just to, in a sense, a goalpost, and but they don't really know why they hate it. It's only it, it really just boils down to it's not traditional relationships. I mean, they don't even care about Steve like that. They just care for him by default. So Clark and Diana can't be together.
Yeah, exactly. But and by Cameron brings up a good point. Twitter, for some reason, does not like perfect couples. And one person even told me if it's not a relationship, there's no conflict, and that's called Peter J. Tomasi. But the other thing is, and by NJ summarizes it perfectly. Screen Rant are trolls. Yeah, but we'll talk about that later in this episode. Trust me. But it's really stupid. But anyway, so then we get to our subject of this discussion: Black Bolt and Medusa. So, Britt, explain to us this royal couple.
Okay, so they are inhuman royalty. Their relationship is defined by duty, silence because Black Bolt can't talk. I did That is actually a very interesting aspect of the
I
character.
know, right?
And if he does just like just a slight sound is so powerful. That
It's
is,
like it's like, hey Lois, I'm gonna tell you a secret.
and then
You suck.
but just the hey part, her ear basically is blown off.
Yeah,
But
exactly. By the way, so they did a storyline. So do you know what Marvel's Illuminati is?
I've heard of it, but don't know the characters that are
Okay.
affiliated with it.
So basically what that is, it's a he who must not be named invention. And so it's really cool. So what it is it's Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Reed Richards, Black Bolt, and Professor X. If there's another person oh yeah, and Namor. And it's like all of the representatives of the various corners of the Marvel universe. So what they did, because the Hulk is always like wrecking shop and like destroying stuff, they decided that the best way to deal with the Hulk is to shoot him into space. So they did that. And so they meant to send him to a planet that was like uninhabited so he could smash to his heart's content. But Hulk destroyed the ship as soon as he found out, and he was sent to the planet Sakaar, became a gladiator. That's World War Hulk that's Planet Hulk in a nutshell. Anyway, World War Hulk. The ship explodes years later and kills Hulk's family. So what does he do? He assembles an army of gladiators and is pissed off and goes back to Earth to completely mess up, particularly the Illuminati. So he shows up on the moon to fight Black Bolt, and Black Bolt just like just uses his voice and says enough and blasts him back. And then he walks away. He thinks the Hulk is done. The Hulk goes, "I didn't come for a whisper. I came for a scream." And then it just cuts.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, yeah. And that's the thing. The cool thing about their relationship is like they have a secret like sign language that they use. So he signs to Medusa and Medusa translates it to his subjects.
Right. She is basically his voice, which is it's very sweet in a sense,
Mm-hmm.
but I can see how it can get frustrating, especially for him, given that he is supposed to be king, but he can't communicate
Mm-hmm.
with his people. And with Medusa, even though she is his voice and that is supposed to be romantic and that connection, it feels like that's all she is though, and she wants to basically be her own voice.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So then we get so tell us about the history of these two.
Okay, so they first meet. They were young nobles in. Is it Attilan?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
okay. Well, while Black Bolt he can't speak, as you said, they form this sort of communication together, sign language, and they were betrothed. I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is very old school type thing, having an arranged marriage. I mean, honestly, that will be the most miserable thing ever. But they learned to love each other, ended up falling in love, which was actually a good thing. And the first appearance, are we on that?
Mm-hmm.
The first appearance of Medusa was the Fantastic Four. So Yeah, so this is you can explain to me. So she was at first a villain?
Yeah, so as with a lot of interesting like Marvel, sort of Marvel villains, they do this more than DC, where a good portion of the bad guys turn good. It's like because you have this many times with like Magneto or even Doctor Doom. Like Doom has never gone like full hero, but he's gone more like morally ambiguous anti-hero like thing, or even the Punisher. But yeah, so she kind of, well, with her it was also amnesia, so she didn't exactly know who she was at first. And yeah, it's kind of a Marvel thing where they start off maybe as a villain, and then as time goes by they become a hero.
Okay. So their main appearance, first appearances were going against Fantastic Four, which is kind of ironic that we are talking about the Fantastic Four connection and there's about to be a movie out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so here's the appearance of the Inhumans.
I still like the design for Black Bolt. It's kind of confusing me because he looks like Batman's first, um, the first attempt for
He's Batbolt.
Batman. Yes. I was like, this is very funny looking.
Well, I think he was invented by the same guy that like created all the new gods in the Eternals. Hang on, creator of Inhumans. Because if I remember, yeah, it was Stanley and Jack Kirby. So Jack Kirby is the one who like designed like him and like Darkseid and Highfather and the Fantastic Four and such. So but I never, it never clicked for me that he does look like Batman.
Yes. And
Wow.
then just notice that they have like an alien bulldog too.
Okay, so
So
there's the theory about that. So when you become, so the way that the Inhumans get their powers is that, like the X-Men, there's a gene that's in them that like activates. But the way they activate it is that they go through what's called pterogenesis, where like NJ will get to that. But with so the way it works is that there's this crystal there's this gas that you're exposed to called the Terrigen mist, and and if you're covered in it, you like get put into a cocoon. Then when you emerge, you like have your powers. The thing is, okay, the powers range from like looking normally human to like being a fish man. There's a fan theory that Lockjaw the dog is actually a guy, and part of his inhumanization is that he turned into a dog.
oh wow.
It's a fan theory. It's not really adjusted, but he's there like he's actually technically they're like transportation. And by the way, Louise, actually Thanos is, yes, he's a Titan, but Thanos is a deviant, which is like a, if we ever cover the Eternals, we can talk about that. But the point is, it's like, what is like, yeah. So technically, Lockjaw may or may not be a guy.
Oh, well, that is very interesting.
That's something, but yeah. So, but the point is, he handles all their teleportation and all that stuff.
And now that you've given me the dog's male man name, Dog Man, I just realized that Lockjaw, from one of the comics actually, that Superman and Wonder Woman was in it. And I'm about to send you the page.
Oh yeah!
I forgot.
Oh my god, I remember
Hold
that.
on, let me see if I can get it, and you
I
can
know
pull it up.
exactly what you're. Yes, that's when Marvel and DC were kind of going back and forth on like playfully crossing over. I remember
Okay, I
that.
sent it. Yeah, that was very interesting.
Yep,
And I
yep,
feel
that's what that is. It even says redacted. Oh
I
my
mean, that
god,
would have
yeah.
been a nice crossover. But okay, so we have to wait to see how, the Wonder Woman and Captain America crossover works. But honestly, I just feel like that is so lazy. You know?
Yeah, I know. It's probably gonna be more like World War II stuff, but it's interesting. But yeah, I forgot all about that until you brought that up. So I go, oh, okay.
Right.
Wow.
Um,
So then we get to them being the king and queen of the Inhumans.
okay, so they basically, as King and Queen does, they rule over Adeline, and they represent the law and the traditions. As I said, Medusa was the voice of the king, um, because Black Bolt couldn't speak, and so they had story presence from Fantastic Four, Avengers, Marvel Knights. There was a video game, right?
Wait,
With
there was an
that,
Inhumans game?
I thought that was something like that, or was I mistaken?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Hang on. Okay. There's a game that sounds like Inhumans, but it's not Inhumans. Let me see. I know exactly the game you're talking about. I'm just trying to find it because the name of it is not coming to mind. Hang on. Okay. Because Rise of the Imperfects. That was a
Oh, okay.
Marvel fighting game. But the Inhumans were present, and by present, I mean in name only, in the
Okay.
Avengers game that came out a long time ago,
Mm-hmm.
which they only had like Kamala Khan, and she basically brought down the entire game because she's a character that no one really cares about.
Right. Yeah, I saw some of um, how the MCU has pretty much butchered the whole mutant and inhuman
Well,
dipole debacle.
not only that, the Inhuman show was supposed to be in the MCU, but it bombed so bad they're like, nope, it's
Nope.
not in here.
Right. I mean, well, it's their
And
fault for having a bad budget.
I know, and they tried to do Inhuman. Here's what they did when they brought the Inhumans into Agents of Shield, because they did the Terrigenesis part, but they didn't have like Black Bolt or Medusa. It was all D-list D-list Inhumans. They didn't bring in the one part, the group of characters, the royal family that people actually like.
Well, they never put what anyone likes. So,
And by the way, according Louise says, apparently, don't know if it's true, but George Martin said one of the inspirations for Game of Thrones is the Inhumans. I wouldn't be surprised because, as Britt says, there's a lot of drama with this, except there's less incest.
yeah, that is
That's one of the many reasons why I never completed that show. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm good.
yeah, from the first episode that was kind of like, "Oh, okay, we're
Yeah. I feel kind of dirty watching this anyway. So then we get to the Paul Jenkins Inhumans series. Just by the way, fun fact: Jenkins is also the guy that created the Sentry.
Oh, really?
The other, because after this, they did another mini series, not with Jay Lee, with someone else,
Hmm.
where they basically created that character.
Interesting. So, they are basically more of a political group, you
Yeah.
know, and they are going into, I mean, it does sort of connect with how political the X-Men are, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it doesn't feel heavy-handed, you
No.
know, especially when you are dealing with, I mean, you have to deal with politics because they are royalty, and but I think this is where I haven't read it, so I can't say too much, but it feels like with the X-Men and just by this little bit that I researched, Marvel probably has a better hand at the when it deals with, the outsider aspect, of politics and that uniqueness, that different outlook of things. I feel like they push that more than DC.
Well, here's the problem with that. Yes and no, because the way
Oh,
Marvel has done it with like the X-Men is that now the narrative is the X-Men have always been just an LGBTQ narrative. In other words, they've tried to hyper focus so they only want the gay people to be able to see themselves in the
well,
X-Men
you
characters
see,
instead of making it because that's my point, Britt. You just echo what I said because I've always said that like the X-Men are the best way to do like politics and inclusion in comics because if you make it general enough that literally anyone that has ever felt other in any way can identify with these characters, you have done it right. But you keep it like, okay, so obviously I can't fly. Unfortunately, that would be dope as hell. But I don't have superpowers. So obviously I don't like, I'm not like, it's not 100% in my face because it's a different form of like feeling othered, but they still echo a lot of that feeling.
exactly. But the thing is with DC, it feels like they stray away from it, but also they demonize it. If you are othered, then you have to, especially with Superman and Wonder Woman, you have to fit in. You have to, well, they as characters, it's and sending out that message that you are only human or you are only accepted if you fit in, if you have this ultimate desire to be basically something that you're not, as well as reject who you actually are. But what Inhumans and X-Men, it feels like they're much fighting for not fitting in, but just
Coexistence.
ex- e- exactly.
Yeah, it is kind of that. But and again, Marvel. See, the problem with Marvel is that they take a good thing like that, like idea, but they make it ham fisted because there are too many writers, particularly the modern writers at Marvel, that believe that unless it's in your face, that you have to make it in your face. And I go, that's why the X-Men books keep getting canceled.
Well, that and they are written,
And they're really bad.
by yeah, I mean, the from the new one I have not read, but it seems like, every time Gail Simone is always in controversy because of that
Oh
book.
yeah. Oh yeah. The only X-Men book that I put on my pull list is Emma Frost because it's been so long she got her own solo series and I got to
Hmm.
support my White Queen. By the way, I did not know that Black Bolt and Medusa had a kid.
Yes. You didn't know?
I
Yeah,
didn't
you
know
have to
that.
know.
I haven't
Yes.
read a lot of these. I need to read
Yes.
more of these.
You see, and this is what I'm saying is that uh, the couples that we talk about, ironically, they are the traditional, quote unquote, traditional couples, but they have so much in common with Clark and Diana. And the only thing I wouldn't say it's wrong, but, or that holds back Clark and Diana from being, the couple that we believe or they can be, is that they are, as I always say, they are under the same umbrella of DC, but of different franchises. And so it's much easier to have Black Bolt and Medusa or Batcat, Spider-Man and Felicia, um, Aquaman and Mira, Carol and Hal. You know, those couples are we see as power couples too as well. But again, they are. so closer connected being in the same franchise. Um, but you also have the double standard of Black Canary and Green Arrow. But with that though, Black Canary has now her independence has been taken away to be part of the Green Arrow family. With Clark and Diana still, you're not going to do that. They are still going to be independent. Diana is still going to have her own main franchise. It's just connecting them together as a power couple. If you can have not romantic sense, but more of the brothers, but if you can have World's Finest with Superman and Batman, you can have a power couple book with Superman and Wonder Woman. So it really, the problem is the creativeness, and you don't have writers that have that willingness to challenge themselves, to keep it interesting, to keep momentum going.
Yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, Dave has a good point. Gets a mutant power and it's the ability to telepathically read DC comics a few weeks before they're released. Worth it? See, that there's one problem with that. I would then have to read Tom King's comics beforehand and then have to keep this a secret as to what happens in them. Do you have any idea how traumatic that is?
Or, or how about because you have like the advanced type of telepathy, maybe in a sense you take over someone's mind and you have them
And maybe
fire.
I can actually take over the mind. Okay, fire Tom King. Fire
Yes.
Tom King. Yeah, but NJ says, are you in favor of DC making Black Canary screams as powerful as Black Bolt's? Nope, because then she gets way too overpowered. There's a reason why Black Bolt can't speak, period. But yeah, exactly. But anyway, so then we get to they got separated at one point.
Yeah, so here they, well, first they tried to put Medusa and Johnny Storm.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, now this does make sense, is that what I thought of Hal Jordan, Johnny Storm is exactly
Yep. That's Johnny Storm. That is yes, exactly. Yes, I will not dispute that.
that. Yes, and it's I mean, Chris Evans did portray him in the early 2000s Fantastic Four movies as that. But yeah, with researching his character is like, oh yeah, this is the Hal Jordan I thought Hal Jordan actually was.
You're
But
welcome.
so Medusa, basically their separation and everything was for Medusa to be independent and again to have her own voice and to be the leader. And I think at some point Black Bolt dies
And
too.
then they go
So
to war with the X-Men because it turns out Terrigenesis is toxic to mutants. And and Medusa wanted to create more mutants, so she just dropped Terrigenesis. She essentially gassed people.
wow.
That's what
That
that
is
kind of amounts to.
wow.
And and that results in Cyclops getting killed because the toxicness to mutants kills Cyclops.
That is that's very interesting. The details I was not expecting.
Because remember, this was all part of, as you say in here, Marvel. If Marvel had their way, they would have completely killed off the mutants, except for maybe Wolverine because he sells comics.
I mean, that's messed up.
I know it's such a bad story, but and then there's a lot of bad stuff during this period of Marvel. To the point,
Yes.
this was also around the time that they made Captain America a Nazi, so I'm like, that's a story for another time. Trust me.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of awful. The things that um the research is always interesting, I would say,
Oh, that's an
because
understatement.
because I guess the surface level of, Twitter, and they make it seem like some characters are are perfect and it's the end all be all. But that's basically what I've always said too, especially with relationships is yeah, it's supposedly been there for 80 plus years, but what happened in the actual context of the relationship? Like with Diana and Steve, you can say, "Oh, he is her first love interest or the first man she met or whatever." And like how Tom King is trying to do where Diana has only been with Steve, but if you go by if he says, and he has said it, that Perez origin and that is definitive. Okay, so where's old man Steve? Where's the old man that called Diana his little sister?
But Britt, if Tom King is older, if Steve Trevor's older, Tom King can't self-insert and bang Wonder Woman.
That's true.
That
But
we all know that's the reason why he does it.
that's true. That's true because he pretty much admitted. Said that
This is the
he likes
man
Steve.
who, and this was the man, by the way, to promote an issue of Batcat. He said people F in this issue, except he actually put in the word.
Well, that is why Batcat pretty much tanked anyway.
Yeah, exactly. But so then, by the way, this page so awkward. I love where Johnny's like, "Hey, listen, dude, I'm sorry. I don't want to touch you in front of you." And the Black Bolt is like a little fork is growing. It's like he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna murder you."
Yes, that's exactly why I chose it because it pretty much sums up um their breakup and strain and Black Bolt's, you know, just the way he is. I would have probably expected him to become the villain, because of Medusa, but yeah, it feels very much like Marvel was trying to make her independent and have her cheat, and the the drama is very much like a soap opera. And maybe sometimes, yes, sometimes that is uh, in the worst ways.
Yeah, that is horrible. That is really stupid. So something tells me Tom King's real sex life isn't particularly satisfying. Oh, where'd you get that
Oh
idea?
my god.
Where'd you get that idea? Yeah. So then we get to. Okay. So we have this. So yeah, I'm like, I remember like hearing about this era of Marvel. By the way, can I say I do not like that Human Torch costume at all. Like with the yellow and the black. I'm sorry, that just doesn't look
He
good.
looks like a bumblebee or
He
something.
does look like a bumblebee. That's so true. And I'm like, it's like, bro, that it's there's a lot in this. This is the all new, all different era, Britt, where they literally
Oh,
replaced all of the characters that people wanted, and like Steve and Iron Man with like I'm gonna say diversity characters, and no one liked it. At the same time, DC Rebirth is happening, and DC is now selling more than Marvel because DC is going back to classics. As we know, that would later screw the company. But the point is, at one point, DC was outselling Marvel because all of a sudden, and by the way, Louise Joe, so what that fork thing is, that's essentially like I think think of it like an indicator that like is like blasting his energy. It's like I think it's like an indicator that he's like charging up his power, I guess, because it doesn't come out of his forehead. It actually the blast comes out of his mouth, so I guess that kind of
so
works
it's
that.
kind of like
Mhm.
an antenna
Yeah,
kind of thing.
exactly, that's what it is. So Britt, so as Marvel is want to do, now that they have the rights to the X-Men, and this is confirmed, they wanted to get rid of the Inhumans. So what did they do? Death of
Death.
the Inhumans, which, okay, they didn't kill all the Inhumans. They kept the
Hmm.
ones that you care about. So what happens, I read this story and I have this trade. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to grab it. But the point is, so what happens is, so the Kree are a race of aliens. They're the blue people from Captain Marvel. And they basically came to Earth and seeded select humans with that gene that when you expose it to teragenesis, it creates Inhumans. So they create the Inhumans. So a bunch of the Kree were, what you find out over the course of the story is that there was a coup by a particularly violent sect of Kree, and they took over the Empire. And then they go to all the different like Inhuman kingdoms, because Black Bolt is like the king of the ones of Adelan, but there are other groups of Inhumans. So the Kree create the super soldier named Vox, and what happens is they send Vox to each of the kingdoms with a simple message: join us or die. So the Inhumans we know show up at this meeting of kings, and they're all dead except for Vox. And then Vox so Vox fights Black Bolt's brother and Lockjaw and seemingly kills them. Seemingly. And then takes Black Bolt hostage after cutting his throat. He's still alive, but the point is like he can't necessarily use his powers. They essentially nerf Black Bolt in the story and make it so instead of being a blast, his power is much more like directed. And in fact, it is really cool because Black Bolt is in like a Kree holding cell, and he just starts speaking names, and all of a sudden the guard's nose starts bleeding, and then he gets wobbly, and then he just dies because Black Bolt, instead of blasting like a massive blast, he was directing all the energy inside the person's body and like killing them from within. It's so cool. So you find out, okay, so what Vox actually is the Kree taking humans captive and put them in a suit and mind control them. That's what they find this out because they knock off a Vox's helmet and discover it's Black Bolt's brother. It's Black Bolt's brother. The point is, for some reason, I'm not working tonight. Anyway, Maximus the Mad. That's his brother's name. All right. And so essentially Black Bolt's voice is like really messed up. He only has enough for one last shout. So Medusa says, make it count. So with the help of Beta Ray Bill, who is another like Thor powered character, by the way, so there's this great scene. So they keep saying that Vox has no weakness. So Beta Ray Bill hits him with a hammer and he goes, he seems to have a weakness to hammers. It's really dope. So Black Bolt essentially sees that like all the other like Inhumans are captive except for like the royal family. And Black Bolt is like, I have no choice. If this goes on, it's just gonna all my people will be killed. So he takes one last breath in and completely so he says the names of all of the Inhumans that have died. It's called the Black Eulogy, and then he lets out a scream and destroys all of the Vox people that are being controlled, which is most of the Inhumans and the Kree. And then essentially what happens is that he gets back to the ship. He also had one last goodbye with Medusa beforehand because he thought he was going to die. He doesn't. He comes back. And she goes, so where to now, my king? And then he just signs home. And then fades to black. That's the death of the Inhumans.
Wow.
It's such a dope story.
I mean, that just the explanation alone, that is very, emotional, but it's so much better than the death of the Justice League.
Oh yeah, exactly. Because here's what they did. They killed off everyone that they don't intend on bringing back, and they kept the kids that people care about. Okay, there you go. but it's like, and there's this great scene where like, so Black Bolt's captive and Medusa is like stressed out because she thinks he's dead. So you see her, you know how like how like some people pull out their hair when they're stressed out. All of a sudden you see like a bed of hair. She still has her long hair, but it's like she has split ends and she's pulling out the like split ends out of stress.
Wow.
It's so good in this. And there's this great scene. So Beta Ray Bill helps them and joins them for the war against Vox. So Black Bolt's trying to give a rousing speech, and so he's signing, and everyone except Beta Ray Bill understands. So Black Bolt goes, and then a moment of silence for the Inhumans that we lost, and everyone's like heads bowed and everything. And then Beta Ray Bill goes, I don't know what we're doing. What do I do? Why is everyone looking down?
Wow.
It's such a great visual. But
and,
it's such a dope story.
With this, it is like, again, the difference between, well, I wouldn't say Marvel because they still have their flaws, as you have beat me over the head with.
Oh, it's like it's my civic duty, because as we learned on Comics League Dark, no one should think that Marvel has its crap together. Right. They are worse than DC, Britt.
But with the whole humanity thing, it just feels like these characters are, when you have them so with the personality that they have, it's like Marvel characters, their humanity isn't questioned.
Because here's why. And it's because Marvel, like I've said before, Marvel kind of, the difference between DC and Marvel is DC leans into the gods amongst men, like positioning of their heroes. And Marvel is very much like the grounded, by grounded, I mean, it's like more scientifically plausible, because it's like, but by the way, years down the line, and Britt still hasn't gotten herself a decent mic. She's fine. She's fine.
It's the headphones. Blame Apple.
Yeah, blame Apple for making crappy headphones. But I love that the shade. But anyway, it's like, because Marvel, most of Marvel's heroes, short of like Thor and Hulk, are just dudes with either drugs, radiation, or suits of armor.
Well,
So
that makes sense.
So they are relatively humans, where DC has more of like the gods. And you know what? That's what makes them both unique, and why I enjoy both, because they both have different things to offer. Because it's like, because I encountered, by the way, Britt, back when I was doing a stream with Nick, we were talking, and a Marvel fan clearly comes in the chat and starts talking DC. It sucks because these characters are like not human or anything like that. And then I go, yeah, I gave the same explanation that you gave. And then someone said, and then they responded with, DC is not supposed to be different from Marvel. And I go, they're a different company. Of course they're supposed to be different. And then I found out this person's a Marvel fan. I go, hey, no problem to you, but don't expect DC to be like Marvel. And that was one of the things that killed the DC EU before Justice League, because when you watch it, people are like, it's not like a Marvel movie. And I go, is Marvel in the titles? You shouldn't expect DC movies to be like Marvel. Because my dad gets it. He goes, yeah, when I go to a DC movie, I expect I'm going to go see a darker movie. That's what DC is.
Now we have the lightness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. But Lewis says, a friend of mine told me that Humans is basically a Warhammer type group from Marvel. That makes sense. Yeah, they're very much like the Game of Thrones, but without all the explicit sex scenes. That's what they are. And that's why the group is, like, honestly, in my mind, let's see, Marvel has many different groups of people, groups like the Inhumans and the Eternals, that don't get the attention they deserve because they are generally cool concepts. But anyway, so speaking of cool concepts, Britt, tell me about the sun.
Okay, so even I didn't know that. So of course, doing the research, they have a son named, I want to say, Ahura,
Hmm.
and he was born with psychic powers, which is very cool. It reminds me of an anime that I watched actually.
Of course.
Um, he is from Jenkins Inhumans.
Hmm.
I guess he's seen as dangerous, and he was sent off world to like some academy. Basically, in a sense, it seems like boot camp
Hmm.
or like boarding school
Yeah.
to, and so I guess he had a difficult childhood, and Medusa was, to me, it seemed like they tried to do a Talia thing, Talia and Damien type relationship.
Yeah, kind of, except, well, oh, by the way, Britt, this is what Vox looks like.
He looks like a slimmer Bane or something.
Now, what's unique about that, by the way, is that the character design is actually from Marvel history. It's not like related to what I'm about to tell you. I mean, it's not like what I'm about to tell you. So, have you heard of Earth X from Marvel?
Heard of it, yes.
It's basically like Marvel's Kingdom Come, like that. So that's Black Bolt's design from that.
Oh,
It's
that
like,
makes sense.
yeah, and it's like the writer of this, Donny Cates. He's like a total Marvel head. He and what happened is that he probably knew this from like DC's, from like his knowledge of Marvel. But I'm trying to find, because on the next slide there's a cover that I think is in this trade. But all right, where is it? No, it's not. Okay, I'll show you in it later. But so here's an image that this is one of my favorite covers of Medusa. So check this out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know. It really makes use of her hair.
And is that Black Bolt's
Yeah,
costume?
yeah. Because I think it's from the Death of the Inhumans where he was captured. Because I'm trying to see
Oh,
if any of you guys in the chat know what that covers from, please drop in the chat. But the point is, yeah, it's Black Bolt's costume. But anyway, so tell us about the recent stories for the Inhumans.
okay. So as you said, that basically they are sidelining them
Mhm.
in a way.
Yeah.
And basically for the X-Men, and with the, from what it seems like, because the show bombed,
That
they
too.
are, of course, moving towards the X-Men, and we see how they've announced basically that they will have the X-Men movies in the MCU. So right now, it is, their relationship is ambiguous, and you know how much you love ambiguity.
Well, I like it when it's not being used as an excuse, as it is with Michael Conrad. I love you, brother, but I'm like, sorry. I assure you, Clark knows a thing or two about getting his hands dirty. Is not ambiguous.
So you don't really have much to go on right now. They are basically, again, on the sidelines, benched until they either a pitch for the MCU, or someone has some type of storyline for them.
Oh, I definitely. It's again, Marvel, hire me. I will make these a premier team for you. I swear, if I could write the Inhumans, I definitely think I would do. I would do something pretty interesting, because I love all those like secret societies, and then like kind of gods amongst men, and like kings type characters. That would actually be kind of fun.
Of course. I mean, look at what you're doing for Wonder Woman. You would be, as I told you, the best editor. Yes, very strict, probably, you know, but
I would be the editor that repairs the company, but is hated by creatives.
exactly because you wouldn't. But the thing is, you're not the editor that would micromanage in a bad way. You
Mm-mm,
would just want them to have respect, not only for the characters, but for themselves. And I feel like a lot of these writers don't have respect for themselves
they
and
don't.
they let, social media, these fans bully them, basically. Yeah, we were talking about, Tom King and wanting him off the Wonder Woman book and stuff. But that's a total different.
The difference is that's combined with the poor sales of the book. My always thing is that, yes, don't go purely off of what Twitter says, but when the sales also is reflecting crappily, that's when you start to really, okay, so the way I think about it, here's the order of operations, Britt. Look at the sales. If the sales is selling bad, then look at Twitter to see, oh, people hate it. Let's change some stuff.
Exactly. If that's the difference between, Tom King and Charles Soule. Charles Soule's book for Superman and Wonder Woman was actually selling. The the downfall of that was basically being trolled, being harassed, the death threats and everything like that. And then DC basically caved to their own laziness and the bias of tradition.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, trust me, I would be like, okay, so guess what we're doing? Guess what we're doing? We're gonna do a storyline that's of the prominence of the death of Superman, but it's called the divorce of Superman. I guarantee you that would get headlines.
That would definitely get headlines, and it honestly probably would sell, you know?
It definitely would. And then ironically, we would all well, first off, the first thing I would do is say, "Hey Tom, end your Wonder Woman run. You're done." Oh, and by the way, keep Steve dead and get rid of Trinity. No, thank you for your work in the book. Oh, and try and end the Trinity book in a way that invalidates the entire damn run. So then I would go, guess what we're doing? Because I have a perfect way on how I would set up a Super Wonder book. It would be like the end of the first arc. And what happens is Wonder Woman is relating to a shadowy figure in her bed, a story that happened, like she's recounting it, like Tom King did with the stupid sovereign. But what would happen is throughout the story, there are some hints of what happens. And then the last page is basically kind of a recreation of JL12, except now the shadowy figure is revealed and it's who she's like engaged to, and it's Clark. And then I go, to be continued in the wedding of Superman and Wonder Woman. Then watch the money come crawling in.
Crawling. It would be like a track star running.
This is me, right? This is me. As soon as that happens, but my office, where there would be cash flying everywhere in my office. Yeah, and then I would say, guess what? This is what happens. Yeah, the Clois thing was good for the time. It's not good now. Stop trying to get back to that.
Yeah. It I mean your sales now, that's very really embarrassing to see the Bleeding Cool bestsellers list, and the only book DC had for this week was Absolute Flash.
It's kind of funny. Still, the absolute line. The line that's very different from your main line. That's in your main line is very much nostalgic. I wonder why.
Right. That's very sad.
I,
I mean,
I, I know. I was happy to see the Emma Frost book is on that list. So I'm like, yes.
of course, of course. I mean, Marvel, there's no doubt that their number ones will always hit that chart. It's
Particularly if it's for like a really popular character like Spider-Man or Emma. If they give like a relaunch, by the way, there's the day so they relaunched Spider-Man. they're 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 still screwing him up. You know what they're doing
Of
this
course.
time?
No, I don't.
They're basically cucking Spider-Man. His
I
new
mean,
girlfriend is dating other people and tells him that.
they've been doing that for years.
I'm just like, that's why, Britt, when we covered Spider-Man and MJ, I said if you want to see why Marvel should not be taken as some bastion of editorial like ideas, look at Spider-Man. Anyway, so then we get to the similarities between these couples. And I gotta say, when I was grabbing pictures from Google for this, god damn, that hair is gorgeous. It's like the lasso. Another thing they have in
Oh
common.
my God, yes. That is good comparison.
It looks like the Nemesis lasso.
Wow, yes it does.
Wow. I'm realizing all this, all sorts of stuff with this, but
Yes.
so the thing about the similarities that I see, and then I'll get your opinions, is that not only are the obvious, but obviously Wonder Woman has like the royalty component, but like both couples are like extremely powerful and do struggle with, I guess, balancing relationships with each other and like their duties as like superheroes or as like royalty in that sense.
Exactly. It's all about, that responsibility, whether you call them a power couple or a royal couple, is still that expectation and the judgment, and these powerful beings, they take on a responsibility that they really don't have to, especially Diana. She is from an island, secluded Paradise Island. She could be just a snooty princess, but she decides to not only be adventurous, but basically save the world, and protect women and children. Clark, I would say that it's complicated with Clark. He is supposed to be a Moses allegory. We don't get much of that anymore. It's just, he just becomes Superman. They don't really want to have that development of a true purpose, destiny type thing
But
with him.
here's the other similarity, particularly in light of Death of the Inhumans. Technically, Clark and Black Bolt are both members of an endangered species.
Wow.
Another similarity I literally just got. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's true.
Well, and they have, relationships with basically these royal queens,
That is
that
so true. Wow. Wow.
that
There's
can
so
be,
many similarities.
yeah. Um, Even though Diana isn't a voice for Clark, it's still the fact that she is the voice for many. And,
Or she may not be the voice, but you could say he's her eyes for the world because of the way, like in the new 52, where he showed her how to be like not a superhero and be like a regular person. So in a way, he's like kind of her eyes into the outside world in a
exactly,
sense.
right,
There
right.
you go. Barry, so Cameron says, looking at Black Bolt and Medusa, I kind of want SuperWonder to be like that, like in terms of them being leaders of aliens that found their way to Earth and have nowhere else to go. That's true. That kind of works. By the way, Dave
Yeah.
has as a killer song, Spider Cuck, Spider Cuck. Why do his main comics always suck? That's good. That's good, Dave. I love that. Inhumans is some of the best art. Yeah, exactly. And Louis says, I also love that Marvel uses a Black Bolt as power scaling, especially a cosmic side in a good way. Yeah, because it's like, how powerful is his scream? Oh, imagine him screaming at Clark, and Clark has the super hearing. Oh
Oh my
God,
God.
he's
And
like deaf.
yeah,
He's
the
super deaf.
why did I know you was gonna say that?
Because you and I have been doing you and I have been knowing each other for 5 years, Britt.
Oh my God. I knew it. I knew it. Wow. But also the themes of, isolation and understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it goes back to w- Superman and Wonder Woman. They don't have anything in common. They don't understand each other because, and the thing is, all of the complaints about Clark and Diana, the fans are throwing them under the bus and making them superficial. It's not the relationship itself. Um, but they will accept these other couples. And it's like, okay, if you can accept Medusa and Black Bolt as the royal couple, you know, then having Clark and Diana as this power couple, and you have to understand that power couple or power is it's not the physical sense, and a lot of people are so stuck on that word being in the literal term of power. And it's like, come on, you have to
That's used
understand.
nowadays and for like just like influential people. By the way, random asks, would you kill Lois like Steve if you're in charge? Evil laugh. Um, I wouldn't. I wouldn't kill it. Not like Steve, because I still think Steve got like more respect than I would give him. Like, have you read Nightwing's Death and Injustice?
That was,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's that. It's that. It's that. So now let's get to some of the different. Actually, so the major thing is like, yeah. But I like the particularly this last part about like because it really communicates that like the other similarity is like both couples have a strong sense of duty. Superman and Wonder Woman to the world, and Black Bolt and Medusa to their people.
Right.
So that really works. So let's talk about some differences.
Okay. So they are outwardly passionate. The stories highlight their emotional connection, the physical intimacy. I in post crisis there was a lot of being handsy.
Mm-hmm.
There they whether it was hand holding or hugging or something like
Oh,
that.
don't worry, Britt. They were just being ambiguous. That's just them being very ambiguous.
Yes, true.
Mm-hmm.
But they are able to outwardly communicate it, while obviously because Black Bolt can't speak, his emotions or his frustrations or anything like that can't truly be, well, voiced, and using sign language. I would say that I guess it depends on maybe his facial expressions to really, convey how he's feeling.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so you have that, and you also have like Medusa to like translate, but in a way, when you think about it, yeah, it does like make her like depend on him for like to be the translator, but it also shows a deep trust and honestly, again, love that he feels for Medusa, that he trusts only her to be like his voice.
Right. I mean, she could be like, he communicates something and she says the total opposite.
Yeah, you all suck. That's what he said. We should go to war by killing Lois Lane.
I mean, he probably would say something like
He
that.
probably
So,
would say that. Oh, Lois would probably say Medusa would go to like speak for Black Bolt, and then Lois, like a snooty, snobby journalist, would go, "I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him."
oh,
Tell me I'm wrong.
no.
Yep. See, I'm not wrong. There you go. That's kind of the way that's so the way Lois would be. She is so she she's so immoral, as Louise can testify, because he hasn't watched me since 2022. Nothing has changed with my opinion of Lois, and nothing ever will change.
No, it won't.
She
Um,
would get with Black Bolt's brother Maximus the Mad, because he has to be mad in order to date Lois.
wow. Yes, wow.
I had to. I had to. This is the SuperWonder show. I gotta bash Lois. Anyway,
Okay. So the narrative framing, of course, because Clark and Diana aren't the traditional pairing, it's a disruptive romance, meaning, it's even though they have that, that deep bond of friendship, again, we can't even have the friendship because of it being a threat to the traditional relationship. So you have editorial basically forcing them apart. They can't be even on the same page, or is very distant, very empty. Um, and it really doesn't make sense. But again, it's only because they are a threat to the traditional relationship. Now, because Medusa and Black Bolt are traditional, they are constant. They have a marriage, and it's basically is there. But obviously, we don't have a problem with it because they are able to have problems. They are able to, you know, um, take risk still with these pairings. Unlike with DC and their traditional pairings, is always something predictable that they have to be together. And with Tomasi saying that Clark and Diana, no conflict, no story,
there's no
honestly, he was
conflict with
being
Lois, bro.
right. Even with the little conflict that he tried to make it, where she was still jealous of Diana or whatever, she was having this difficulty because of her name being, like she didn't want to be a Ma Kent 2.0, which honestly she was. She was a glorified housewife. Um, things like that. But to actually go through a conflict, and work it out, have it be an ongoing thing. No, DC doesn't want to do that because once you put conflict within these traditional relationships, you can see the gigantic craters that these pairings aren't as good as they try to make it seem.
Exactly. I think part of why DC, particularly when it comes to Superman, is very hesitant to let him explore other couples. It's because a lot of the creators, because here's the thing, Marvel gets a lot more of the younger creators that want to constantly shake things up. As I've said before, because like when you look at the Superman writing staff, it's still like Tomasi, well, not now, but you got like Mark Waid or stuff. A lot of guys that have been here for a while. They've done their time. They've contributed to the character's history. I don't want to discount that at all. But the problem is that the reason why Marvel has more people that change their status quo is because they hire more of the younger people, or like the people from like my generation that grew up reading comics. And then look what this leads to. They're constantly changing things. Or look at like Kelly Thompson on Absolute Wonder Woman. It's like a lot of the Absolute staff are not necessarily of like the Jurgens crowd. They're more of the probably generation after them that aren't as like married to certain concepts, if you will. That's why I've long said we need to start. Eventually, DC should start gatekeeping creatives and saying, "Okay, you're done. You've done your time, but we're not. But you can't write this character anymore."
Exactly. I mean, it's still very mind-boggling the fact that DC continues to give Dan Jurgens work. I mean,
Which, when you look at the sales of his stuff, it doesn't do. Here's the thing: did you know? So DC was gonna do a Death of Superman special tribute comic. People thought it was just a reprint of the Death of Superman, so they didn't buy it.
yes, yes, that was ridiculous, especially when they tried to give John his own Doomsday called Dawnbreaker or something. It was like
Oh God.
you really have like you can. paint an old house, but that old house still needs repairs.
It's like, yeah, exactly. And by Cameron brings up an interesting point. If Clark is shown with anyone else, it proves that Lois is insignificant. Hell, Lana is a civilian, and even she makes a better significant other for Clark. Yep, that's true. The mermaid makes a better pairing. Should all the creators get the boot? Not necessarily. I don't think they should be fired, but they should be moved off of these characters and said, let me put it this way, you can have Jurgens on if you want to do a special, like this is the anniversary of the death of Superman. He can do another story because that's all he can do. But it's like you got to move them off and say, okay, you're done writing Superman, because if these characters are struggling to maintain relevancy, we need to constantly get new blood in there from a generation that's constantly changing stuff. I mean, that's what the New 52 was. And yes, yeah, Louis, what happens that a couple years ago, it was like a special anniversary for the comic, The Death of Superman, so DC wanted to do a tribute because, again, that's the only time Superman's ever been relevant.
What a shame. What
Yeah.
a shame.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like if you get more of the younger blood, pun intended, in these books on these characters, you can introduce a lot of really cool ideas. It's like whenever I see creatives saying that like Superman's hard to write for or Wonder Woman's hard to write for, I'm like, no, not under. Not if you have the right creative. When you're saying she's hard to write for, what you're saying is I'm not creative enough to come up with a story that honors that character.
Exactly.
And by the way, Dave says Kelly Thompson is almost 50. It's not an age thing. It's a valuing storytelling over stagnant nostalgia thing. Yes, exactly. What I mean is that the old-timey creatives, particularly for Superman, and I know Britt agrees with me on this, have demonstrated that they are married to nostalgia. Like, here's a good example. Look at the Rebirth Trinity book by Francis Manapul. Yes, the first trade established tries to reestablish the Clois thing, but I think Manapul did it in a more respectful way than like Jurgens did, because he had Wonder Woman go. He basically acknowledged that, like, yeah, Wonder Woman loved Superman and they were very much in love, as opposed to Jurgens, who goes, you and Clark seem true.
Well, Menopause still had to say that, oh, we're had Diana say, I never saw you as a rival. We're always sisters or something like that.
Yeah, but that's something
So,
Diana would say, though. So it's like it's still consistent with her character, as opposed to like saying, no, it just feels true. Let me put it this way. Was everything said right in the Trinity book? No, but I'm saying comparatively, I think that was the most respectful.
I mean, the bar is basically in Hades, but
I know the bar is basically where Steve Trevor is right now.
yeah.
But
So,
I'm like, comparatively, it's not that bad. But it's like with this, it's like, and that's why Marvel keeps doing that, because it's like, well, also, and Luis brings up a good point with the fan base being nostalgia with the true Superman thing. Yeah, you're right about that. But it's like when you have Marvel, when you have like, because I'll give you a perfect example of this. How much do you know of the character named Venom?
well, with seeing the movies,
Yeah, well, exactly. And that's pretty accurate. But the thing about it is because you had like a creator named Donny Cates. He wrote Death of the Inhuman. He's basically the Jeff Johns of Marvel in terms of how much of Marvel this guy knows and gets. And he can write female characters well. So he has that advantage over Jeff Johns. But my point is, he went on because he genuinely loved the character of Venom. I have the omnibus, and he created like Null and like King in Black and all that stuff. But he came on, he had an entire story in right there, and he literally says, he says, I wanted this character because I have been a fan of this character forever. And it's like I have all these new ideas that can add to the character's like legacy and like mythology without changing the character. And I go, that is how you do it.
yeah, you need more creators that actually love not only love the character, but also want them to develop more,
Yeah,
want them
exactly.
to evolve.
AKA hire us, DC. But anyway, and NJ, we'll talk about that later on the stream. But so then you get to the gender dynamics and power balance. I think what's kind of interesting is Black Bolt and Medusa. They're like Superman and Wonder Woman in that it's technically Superman and Wonder Woman can be thought of as like the king and queen of the Justice League. But here's the other thing that's kind of interesting. While you can argue that Black Bolt is more actually powerful than Medusa because of the voice thing, they're equal in terms of standing in in human society, because again, she is like his voice. He does not see her as a subordinate at all, because I know that's kind of like a trope that sometimes is shown in like king and queen dynamics, but it's not here.
Right. And you know, Clark and Adams, they it's still a traditional relationship, but as you said, they are still of equals. With Clark and Adams, they are completely um straying away from traditional roles. And, you know, that is again another thing that a lot of the detractors um they either can't stand or don't understand, that we are in a time where traditional relationships or traditional anything is is stagnant, and a lot of people just don't. I mean, take for instance, celebrating Christmas or something. It's become so commercialized and stuff that people just don't have that feeling anymore of the tradition of you have kids that don't care to open Christmas presents anymore because they're on, they already have their iPads and phones. You know, um, communication has changed, evolved to,
Or devolved in this case, kind of.
well, yeah, because a lot of people don't care for personal communication, is
Mm-hmm.
more so being on um, the internet, texting or FaceTiming or whatever. But yeah, it's I've always saw Clark and Diana's relationship as ahead of its time. You know, even with the New 52, it was popular, but again, it was more so of a trendsetter that you have this power couple, and now you have everyone afterward demonize Clark and Diana for the power couple monarchy, but at the same time want to use the power couple monarchy, and they strive for that. You see, as you I think, um, yeah, we talked about that you have celebrity couples that um, believe themselves to be power couples, or news reports. The For the Superman promotion, the Cat Grant little uh, character article or whatever, she does the gossip magazine for the Daily Planet, obviously. So she did a gossip column of Superman, being in a romance or whatever. And is this going to be the next power couple? So if that is supposed to be a bad thing, then why use it? And again, Superman and Wonder Woman are the ones that popularized that monarchy. Um, but it's just that a lot of people, they don't understand it until, I don't know, it takes years for them to understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So it's like it's a lot of that. Now the other thing, here's the other. Here's like something that's pretty interesting with these two. Apparently, there's I think there's still separated, and that's funny because it's like it's very similar to Clark and Diana, is that they're treated like they can't even know each other.
Yeah, because of it's 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 like these couples are too much. It's too the expectations of keeping up momentum, of being creative, trying to find a storyline that could really just be of the proportion that these couples deserve. They don't have that. Now, if they hire us, they will. But currently they don't have that. So we're stuck with Tom King with writing. He's not even writing a Wonder Woman book. He is writing everything but that. Um, and with Superman, I mean the it's pretty sad that Superman has a movie coming out in about 2 or 3 weeks, but the books are basically like, unless it's a number one or a bunch of variant covers, it's not even charting high.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. And it's like the Summer of Superman books aren't performing well, despite all the promotion that they gave them. So I'm like, the minute that like your big push for Superman is not working because it's based in nostalgia, what does that tell you?
Right.
It see, it never ceases to amaze me how DC will repeat the same mistake over and over and over again, and then just like keep doing it. By the way, speaking of like creators and editorial, I guess we are to transition over to this one because it's like because like this is the other part, because you have great creatives that understand both couples really well, but then you have editorial and like writers that clearly have an agenda to undermine good stuff, like Tomasi and stuff. And by random says, if I'm being honest, Wonder Woman should stay single, no romantic relationships, and nothing. She should honestly stay a independent woman. I'm not exactly sure I agree with that, but I think like the emphasis of writers should go away from putting her in relationships, because I'm sorry, that that has only harmed the character. Look at Perez. Yeah, he gave her like crushes, like on Superman, but as far as I know, he focused on developing her as a character, because unlike Tom King, he's actually principled.
Right. And I mean, her mission always come first. She did not leave the island for, I mean, well, Marston had it to where she left the island trying to, in a sense, chase Steve because of pretty much an infatuation and her curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, she has evolved into, her curiosity is more of just the outside world because of the stories that her mother and sisters told her. It's like, I want to see it for myself. So that basically was, her motivation. And now Tom King is making it seem like, oh, she left for Steve only to make Steve seem important.
Exactly. By the way, Dave says you two should co-write a comic featuring two powerful new superheroes in a relationship. Well, if you want to see how we would write Superman and Wonder Woman, check out the Shelterverse. Links down below.
Yes.
But yeah, but it's like that's the problem. The other problem, and this goes for DC and Marvel too. Editors don't do their job. Like they don't tell the creators no, and that is like that's like the most vital thing, because like there are some times when editorial should just say no, 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 get rid of it, stop it, stop it. But it doesn't, particularly if the writer is seen as being high profile like King or Jurgens, they can do practically whatever they want.
I think because, with King, he did get an editor fired,
Mm,
so I think that it depends on the clout that these writers get. Tom King, he now has clout because of DCU with James Gunn. Jurgens, he gain clout with DCEU because of the adaptation of Death of Superman. So it all depends on the clout and basically the status of the writer that they feel like they can, go overhead of the editor.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. So then we get to let's continue talking about this. So with Superman and Wonder Woman, obviously you have editorial first, supportive relationship, then unsupportive, and then you legit have it where like they can't interact ever. Same thing with fan bases, and I'm like, that I think is the problem because it's like DC keeps doing this where they try to hype up Wonder Woman as like Superman's best friend or the second or third member of the Trinity, but they don't treat her as such.
No, I mean, the Trinity, and we've talked about this, very superficial. It's just marketing. But in story, the Trinity doesn't really exist at all. Not in a um not in a genuine manner. I mean, the only time it was genuine was Kingdom Come. You also had the Trinity um, Wonder Woman crossover, Wonder Woman 141, and that was in the perspective of Diana. Um, you had it in New Frontier a little bit, but still, that wasn't anything to write home about. They've tried the Trinity books, and still, that did not last. It's very much an imbalance there, and most most of the time, Diana does feel like a third wheel to the world's finest.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. By the way, Random says, are superheroes a childish concept and only for kids, or can it be mature? It can be matured. It's just you need like you need actual creatives that understand how to do that, and you just
Exactly.
don't. I mean, some of them you do. Some of them you do. I'm not gonna like make a blanket statement on that, but a lot of the times they let nostalgia hold them back from advancing the medium forward.
Yeah. I mean, they did. How do you have a the Black Label? And well, for the most part, they are Batman stories, but Black Label was supposed to be for the mature, and they have yet to have any mature stories. The
Well,
first time they
well,
did, they censored it.
yeah, I was about to say they did. It was Batman's penis. And
Yeah,
supposedly they were going to release pages for the like, for lack of a better term, director's cut of the Killing Joke with what really happens to Barbara Gordon. I'll leave it at that. And I'm like, I don't want that.
oh, okay, now that is too much. Like, why would you do that?
Because again, DC really doesn't like their female characters. So I'm like, nah, no. By the way, Cameron says the Superman fan base is very critical on this is how Superman should be and how he should be portrayed. Anything else is wrong and edgy. Yeah, I know, but I'm like, but it's selling well. But again, I've had this conversation with people, and then they always respond to me with, "I don't care," and I go, the minute I hear that, the entire conversation shuts down because I'm like, then what's the point then I'm sorry. Again, I'm gonna say this is the one scenario where this is appropriate. If you say the words "I don't care" when referring to the health of the character and you're putting your nostalgia above the health of the character, you are not a real fan.
Yeah, I would honestly agree with that. You know, I don't generally like the statement of not a real fan or who as a true fan or whatever like that. But when some fans try to act entitled and tell you how you are supposed to be a fan, what iteration you are supposed to accept and um or what character you are supposed to like, then yeah, um you're the one that's not the true fan because we all have different preferences. We all have, different likings. of whether it's different likings, iterations of the character, or a specific story. As long as, and you've said this, Jared, multiple times, as long as there's a DC logo on whatever, even if it's a t-shirt or something, and you love it, or you support whatever, you are a fan.
Yeah, that's what Jim Lee says. He says if you're liking anything that's DC related, you're a fan.
But for some reason, some fans feel like this superiority complex, and they are fueled by the bias writers. So, it's a lot going on there.
Yeah, exactly. So, but luckily, there are a lot of like characters that basically have that type of relationship, like Medusa and Black Bolt, because again, there's a reason why we choose like these certain couples, because luckily Marvel just happened. There are like it is really funny, Britt, and we say this every time, how most superhero couples are like Superman and Wonder Woman in that they were remarkably similar.
Yes, because that is, unless it is the hero civilian, which honestly is dwindling. The only
Mm-hmm.
superhero civilian type relationships, I mean, even with Spider-Man and Mary Jane, they're trying to keep her interesting and keep her independent. Um, I mean, they tried to give her powers or some type of superhero type thing. She dressed up as Black Cat before. She was Jackpot, you know, things like that. But at least they try to keep her interesting.
Mm-hmm.
With Steve, he's a nothing. He's nothing. You know, as a character, there's no development at all. He really can't offer Diana anything. Um, and Lois is the same way, that Superman and Wonder Woman have evolved, and they are supposed to evolve with the times of now. Steve and Lois just aren't the characters of now, especially when she's a glorified journalist. She's this reporter, and while that is an important job, she's still very much reliant on Superman. So her attitude, the way she's written to get in trouble and stuff, is only in a sense for knowing that Superman is to save her. And with twisting that whole thing of, oh, she saved Superman, yeah, that's because he's written as dumb at certain times, and very much written as a man child that needs to have his hand held.
Exactly. So, but it's like with this, so you have like, and by again, fantastic. The Inhumans books have like some of the best art I've ever seen at Marvel. Like, my God. But for particular, like Medusa's hair, I've heard that like drawing hair is like really tough. For her, it must be impossible.
Yeah, she has to have the luscious hair.
Yeah, exactly. But see, here's the thing. Here's why on this, and you have this as a point, why with the editorial stuff, why the Inhumans didn't like grow like Marvel wanted them to, because the thing about compared the X-Men to the Inhumans, the X-Men grew to where they are in terms of like fan preference, if you will, organically. Like the fans just gravitated toward them. Inhumans is just no Marvel saying no, you have to like this. You should like this instead of that. It's to my point, Brett. I say this every time when the editorials say no, you shouldn't like this. You should want this, and I go, you're a business. Don't tell me what I shouldn't and shouldn't want.
Exactly. I mean, why would you do that?
It's like no, it let me put it this way: if you want us to also want the Inhumans, do team up books between the X-Men and the Humans. Not like they go to war, but have it where like the X-Men and like Black Bolt go on an adventure together. Because that's how I got into comics. What I did is I started on like team books like Justice League and the Avengers, because I consider team books like the sampler. Because what you do is you get like certain ideas of who each character is. And then you can go, okay, I like Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern. I like Captain America, Thor, Iron Man. I'm going to go read those books. That's what you do. So if you want people to gravitate toward the Inhumans, don't screw with the X-Men. Have the Inhumans team up with the X-Men. That way, maybe that fan base goes, okay, you know what? Those characters are really cool. I should go check them out. You give them
Or
options. You don't take away options.
exactly, you can easily have different books set, with different status quos. And I mean, have it be an all-out competition.
Mhm.
But even if it is a competition, who's winning is still Marvel and or DC.
You still get the money.
Because exactly, you are still screwing up and limiting your options. You are losing money. So I don't understand why these companies are so backwards. You want the money, you complain, um, uh, basically whine and cry that you don't have any invested fans, any more long-term fans. But it's your fault because you alienated the fans by only giving one option. If you give multiple options, not only are you satisfying customers, but also you are making way more money than you were when you limited the options.
Exactly. And that is what these companies do not get. But you know why they do it this way, Britt? Because they are threatened that the fan base are going to reject the direction they want to, so they have to make it your only option. Like here's a good example of this, Britt. All new, all different. When they basically replaced Tony Stark with a black woman on the Iron Man book, they legit put Tony Stark in a coma. They made Steve old, and they like took away the hammer from Thor. So they made it so you have no other options than these versions of the characters. If you want to be Thor, you're reading Jane Foster. You're not reading Thor.
See, and that is why they are in the rut that they are in now.
Exactly. Because like if you want to elevate these characters, elevate them. Don't take away what I was already enjoying.
They just can't help themselves.
In a way, Britt, you could say they made the Rebirth mistake, because isn't that what they basically did with Rebirth? Because what they
Yep.
could have done again, if they wanted to bring back the post-crisis stuff, make that in Elseworlds.
Yeah, I mean, they did with Convergence, and Convergence bombed.
No, but I'm just saying, if you're that hell bent on bringing that back, instead of crapping on the new 52, because you this was still, because here's the important part, Britt. There was still precedence for the people having people have about by random. It's not just race. There's a portion of it that hates Ironheart because of racist. So I'm not going to say it doesn't exist, but mostly it's because it's like she's discount Iron Man. But anyway, because guess what had existed for like 15 years at this point, Britt? The Marvel Ultimate Universe, which was literally, so Marvel was like, we want to basically provide a new jumping on point for people, but we don't want to get rid of this continuity. Let's just create it as an Elseworlds thing. So DC didn't do that. But when Rebirth came about, they could say, oh, what actually happened is that Barry crossed over to a different Earth, and that's why everything's different. Then, hey, that way you could still continue the new 52 story arcs, and then all your nostalgic old people get their crappy universe.
But that's the thing. With Convergence, that was their crappy, universe, and um, trying to give a one for all, not one for all, but um, just this they were trying to get, their older fans back. And like I said, Convergence bombed. It messed up their trade sales and everything like that. Then with the spin-offs, you had Convergence Titans, and then you had Lois and Clark. And we see that um barely sold 30K.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
exactly.
their only option with seeing that was to dismantle New 52. And now we're stuck with the revisionist history and only the one option, because if they were to have the competition of Clark and Diana, yeah, it would sell just as it was in New 52, no matter, uh, even with Tomasi's terrible, awful, um, beep beep writing. um, it still sold, because the fans were basically felt like if we kept the book up in sales, things would turn around. But
Yeah.
nope, they felt like, no, we want the, traditional relationship. Even if it was selling less, they still wanted the traditional relationship.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, random, it's part of it again with like Sam being Captain America or like Miles. They're not hating on Miles being, because here's the thing: Miles Morales worked when he was, because what happened, Britt, is that so in the Ultimate Universe, they killed off Peter Parker and then Miles took over as Spider-Man. So there was no like redundancy or anything like that. It worked in this case because it was an Elseworlds continuity. Then Marvel does an event called Secret Wars, which they're making a movie on now, where it was their almost reboot, but then they retcon continuity, so Miles is now part of the main Marvel universe. The problem with that is that Peter still exists. So the problem with Miles Morales being Spider-Man is that he doesn't have his own like rogues because they don't want to make him unique. And the problem is they don't even give it like the problem with Miles is that he gets like the sloppy seconds of Peter because essentially I'm trying to figure out how to properly say this. It's because it's like they try to do the whole sharing mantles thing, and that doesn't work because it's like when people think of Spider-Man, a lot of them are going to say Peter Parker. Now, what you should do, I'm not saying Miles can't exist as a character, give him his own identity. With Sam Wilson, he had his own identity that people liked as Falcon. But then they're like, no, we want to have a essentially a socially conscious Captain America. That's what they did. That's what they really want. And by the way, Dave says, I doubt many real racists care about superhero shows. Get Yeah, that is true. The thing about it, Britt, is like when these creators make these changes, they claim racism to deflect any like criticism of their choices. That's really the truth of this.
Right. I mean, the you can have diversity.
Yes.
We love diversity. I mean, as Superman and Wonder Woman fans, that is basically what that representation is. But yeah, if you are to have a character that takes over a mantle and is just for the like the is only for the brownie points, you
Mm-hmm.
know, uh, no, I because it's not genuine, and if you
Yeah.
can't have a genuine storyline for a unique genuine storyline for this um diverse character, then yeah, these characters are going to basically be forgotten. And
And by the way, Britt, I want to ask you this:
mhm,
as a person of color,
mhm.
how do you feel when these companies race bend characters to give you a diverse character instead of creating your own, instead of having like your own original character. How does it feel to get the sloppy seconds?
It feels horrible
Exactly.
because it feels horrible because you're not telling the story of that diverse character.
Yeah.
You're telling the story of the once white character, and it's not giving it. It doesn't resonate, because we have different experiences,
Yeah.
we have different perspectives of things. So you want that particular voice within that character to be heard. You want that character to represent those who want to be seen. So when you just race bend or something like that, or give them the same exact storylines, or that mantle, it it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't feel genuine. It doesn't feel unique. I
And
would
it's not, because you know why? It's so Dan Slott weighed in on the race bending, and this is the stupidest thing he's ever said. Are you ready? He said the reason why you have to race bend is because people could reject the other the like the original characters. So I go, so what you're telling me is that you don't think these characters are worth putting in the effort. That's what you're telling me.
That is awful.
Yeah, exactly. Because here's the thing. Here's how you know that it's possible to create original characters that are diverse. Static Shock.
Right. I mean,
We did an entire episode on this.
he yeah, right. Okay, that is the perfect example. With having the Trio League, yes, it was a
Watch that
combination.
episode after this one, guys. It's awesome.
It was a combination of superheroes in hip hop culture, black culture. It was a parody, but it was fun. And you still had that unique vibe to it. You didn't, you knew that it was a parody of the Justice League. You know that. But at the same time, they were so different and so ingrained within the culture that they felt unique. They felt like their own character. And that's what you want. If you do want them to have the mantle, say the way they had Batman and Jace Fox, you
Hmm?
know, he was just black Batman, but
Well, here's the
he
other thing.
didn't.
When they said they were going to do an African American Batman for Future State, we all thought it was going to be Jace. It was going to be Luke Fox, Batwing, an already existing and developed character. But no, they literally took an obscure a character that no one's ever heard of, or like Jace did exist, but as far as I know, he was not referenced that much. And then they're like, here.
Yeah, I actually I don't even think he existed, but not in that sense of importance.
Mm-hmm.
And even within the story, it just felt like he was very much tacked on, and it was supposed to be um Luke's story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Because at the very least, with that, but here's the other thing with that, they didn't do anything with Jace. But anyway, but it's like, and Random brings up a good point. They have the, that's my point, Random. Instead of race bending characters, use what you have. Instead of constantly changing the sexuality of characters because you want diversity, that's fine, by the way. Use what you already have. Hold up Midnighter and Apollo. Hold up Calvin Ellis, who is or Val Zod. Hold up the characters that you actually, yeah, a lot of them do think that Nubia is just Black Diana. They're wrong, but it's like, use Nubia. I mean, that's what DC does with the whole Wonder Woman being bi thing. Diana's not, Nubia is. That's why that's why they do this. That's why they use these characters. Do I agree with the way they use them? No, but I'm just saying that's what these companies could do. Elevate your diverse characters, and then they become more mainstream. That's how this
Exactly.
works.
Exactly.
actually use that's how static got big. My God, I can't. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills with this. Anyway, so you have the power couple and the icon. Wait, more characters. Icon, Vixen, Cyborg. I got news for you. People gave Zach heat, or Jeff Johns heat, and then Zach for putting Cyborg on the Justice League. That elevates the character. Because previous to that, I think he was also kind of seen as like a jokey character because of Teen Titans. But when you have him in like the Justice League, the Justice League is the bigger name than the Titans or the Teen Titans. I'm sorry. Anyone nostalgic for Teen Titans? I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. In terms of the general audience, they think of the Justice League. So if you put a character on the Justice League, guess what that leads to? People know Mr. Terrific, John Stewart Steele. There's any number of characters they could use, but they don't. Here's a good example. Jessica freaking Cruz. Because here's what they did with her. They made her unique from all the other Lanterns in that she struggles with like agoraphobia and stuff. But her race doesn't play a part in who she is as a character. Like, at all. The only way you would know, and that's the way you do diversity. Yes, you could have stories where like she struggles with like certain stuff, but you can't make that all the character is. That's the other thing modern writers do, is that they treat these characters like they're a monolith, because it's like with Tim Drake or Bobby Drake in Marvel, they turn into the stereotypical gay guy as if there's no such thing as a masculine gay guy. And I go, isn't playing into stereotypes?
Yes, it is. Very much so.
Very problematic. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, the race part doesn't come up with Jessica. And look, she is held up. She's the leader of the Green Lantern Corps currently. Thank you, Jeremy Adams, by the way. I love you, brother. But it's like with this. So you have, well, actually, look at Superman and Wonder Woman. We talk about all the time. She's an immigrant. He's a refugee. That's how you tell that story. But you don't like make it in someone's face. Sometimes you can have that, but you don't make it all that they are. That's part of what makes these characters so great. That's why when people say, oh, comics have always been political. Yeah, but they've never been in your face, screw you if you disagree with me political. That's the difference.
Exactly. It's supposed to be something naturally explored.
And again, by the way, Chris Claremont has said that where Marvel went wrong with the X-Men is that they started seeing them as only a gay analogy. He says the X-Men are supposed to be if anyone feels othered and under any circumstances, these characters can represent you. Because that's what you do. If you make it general enough that literally everyone can identify with these characters, that's how these characters starts with an M, mainstream appeal.
Exactly. And that goes for couples too.
Yeah, exactly. Because look at this. Because it's like, there's a reason why they market this couple, and I mean Superman and Wonder Woman, as opposed to, say, Lois. Because in a way, if anyone thinks that Lois represents gender equality, how? Because that's very one-sided in either direction, because either Lois is the more emotionally manipulative or Superman is the most powerful. Either way, it's not good.
Right. You have Superman has to dumb himself down, whether it is physically or mentally, to make it seem like Lois is the best journalist, or that she basically she's the one that's controlling him and telling him what to do even as a superhero, you know. But what did we see again with the Superman storyline of her being Superwoman? Williamson saying, "Oh, now that Lois has powers, now she can understand him. She can actually."
You mean because she's Wonder Woman, she can understand him?
Right. So it's kind of like, oh, so when she didn't have the power, she didn't understand him. You know, again, the contradictions and basically the holes poke themselves in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. And by random, I get that, and that is true. See, here's the problem with the whole wokeness argument. Too many people have made it lose their meaning because now it's like if there's a diverse character at all, it's woke, even when they're
Right.
proven wrong. Like again, Britt and I dealt with someone that called Jessica Cruz woke because of her race and her like emotional problems, and I go,
Yeah.
that's not true. That doesn't play in. I consider it woke if that characteristic becomes all that character is. Jessica, it's very much not that. Diana, not that. Like Apollo and Midnighter. I mean, they're gay, but it's not really like all that character is. They're badasses. So I'm like,
Exactly.
that's how you create great characters. And with Diana, here's the thing. Here's the other reason why I don't want Diana being bi from DC. Because here's the problem with that. The way DC would handle it, they would turn her into a stereotype. Modern writers would turn her into a stereotype. And I do not trust them to do that. So either it would play into fans' fetishes or
Yes.
DC would turn her into a stereotype. Either way, that only harms the character.
Exactly.
This is when we have to put the health of the character above our preferences. This is just the way we have to go. But anyway, with this, going back to what I said earlier in the episode, it's like Superman and Wonder Woman are also technically a royal couple because they are kind of seen. I know this is going to get clipped out of context by detractors, but screw it. They are kind of seen as the king and queen of DC because they are like, they're not like the king and queen, but they're the heroes that everyone goes to for inspiration and guidance, if you notice. So they do kind of, they have that royal status without having that royal status, if that makes sense.
Exactly. They are supposed to be the mother and the father of superheroes, like point blank. There was an exhibition a few years ago called Men of Steel and Women of Wonder.
Mm-hmm.
The write-up, it says that Superman and Wonder Woman, they are the mother and father of the superhero genre,
Yeah.
in
Not
general.
Lois.
No, not Lois. Lois is very much the, again, glorified love interest. For
She's she's the grandma with Alzheimer's of the comic book industry.
wow, dude, wow.
I had to. That came into my mind. I could not help myself.
For that threw me off because the grandma.
Damn, Jared. Yeah, that's.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
what it is, because if Diana's the mother and Lois came before her, but she's also not a good character.
Wow. And you think my analogies and stuff is bad. But
Is it
but
not
yeah,
true though?
it's true. It's true.
Yep, there you go. But
But
DC doesn't treat us as inspirational heroes. Yeah, I know that, NJ, but I'm saying what she should be in the position that she should be in. That's like, let me put it this way: Mark Waid said she is. It's one of those occasions when a creator says one thing but does another. It's almost like, so in other words, Mark Waid's like Tom King in that way.
yeah, I mean, Mark Waid has his own issues, with his whole political fight,
Mm-hmm.
kind of like he's kind of having a one-sided beef with himself or something because
Yeah.
he fights himself with writing. He tries to make drama where there really isn't any or doesn't need to be. I am so surprised of how immature he is as a writer.
Like when Trump won, and then he goes, I don't think I can write superheroes anymore. So if you see a decrease in quality in my work, that's why. And I go,
I mean, if
bro,
anything, you have the platform to not so much as use the characters as mouthpieces, but you can use the platform to be creative and write out the frustration of that.
Well, here's the problem. Mark Waid is known for having temper tantrums and making very snide comments. Like I think he made a reference to someone like, so there was this comic creative. I forget exactly who it was, but this guy's wife was murdered, and then Mark Waid made a reference to it in a comic.
What?
Yeah, he's not. He's a very, and he's known for having like legit anger tantrums in the office.
It's ridiculous. I mean, isn't he like 60 and you're
I
throwing a tantrum
know.
like a toddler?
Oh, he
Wow.
definitely is. This is why here's the thing. Whenever I seen the documentary, he keeps talking about where like growing up, I didn't feel like anyone saw me or accepted me. And I go, bro, that goes both ways. Shut up. At this point, I don't want to hear anything about yes, Louise. That's what Mark Waid has done in the past, and he has, yeah. So I'll get the full story for say on another stream, or maybe I'll have Robert tell us on CLD. But he's very like this way. He has a reputation. It's a reason why he wasn't at DC for many years.
Wow. And they want to like throw all of that, under a rug to make it seem like, oh, this writer was done wrong by editorial. But at the same time, you see, oh, this is why this writer was not writing these characters for years.
Well, you also remember when Tom King sent a hate mob against Jay Lee just because Jay did a variant cover for Ethan Van Sciver?
Oh, right.
Yeah, never mind the fact that Jay Lee couldn't respond at first because he was dealing with the death of his puppy.
Oh.
And then Tom King never publicly apologized. All he said is, hey, I talked to Jay, we're all good.
And didn't Lee respond back like that was not it? Like,
yeah, exactly. So that is why I have very little respect for any of these creatives at all. They're not, ultimately, they're crappy people.
Yeah, and this is why I don't understand why fans like prop up even the creators when they're so
Nostalgia.
problematic.
Very funny from Tom King. Yeah, exactly. But it's like that's my point. When you prop up all these creatives, this is why I'm against creator worship, because when you worship a creator, it's same as celebrity worship. Then you do not believe it when they do genuinely horrible things.
I mean, you definitely believe the fact that what Tom King is doing is awful. To see some people say, "Oh, this is epic," or some type of challenge, or Wonder Woman fans are being difficult. No, this is an awful
It's
storyline.
called actually having principles, because you'll hype up any. I'm not saying you, Britt, for obvious reasons, but you'll hype up any book the man writes.
And I just don't get why. Like, of all of his stories, when you read them back, they don't have the longevity. They are all, even his miniseries, like Mr. Miracle and stuff like that, they are very problematic, especially with
Oh
the
yeah.
deep subtext of stuff. It's like, why is this being praised? Why is this
It
even?
doesn't like deserve it at all. Anyway, going back to the power couple ideal we have here, by fans have a parasocial relationship with creators, especially Tom King. I'd be surprised if there was a cult of Zeb Wells stands. There probably is. And let me put it this way: if Charles Soule did like really problematic stuff, Britt would be the first to disown him.
Exactly.
It's like, I found out last night that Alan Moore wrote a book that qualifies as CP.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I find this out, and it's like because he had written a book that because Alan Moore has this reputation of not liking when other people like play with his characters, like the Watchmen characters. But then this guy like wrote like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which was a story about like all of the public domain characters. He did the same thing with the girl characters, which explored their sexuality. I know this because I read a Wikipedia like description. Obviously, I didn't read this book because I'm not a perv, but it was like, and a few of those girls that they explored the sexuality of, from what I heard, are 14.
Wow.
So it's kind of funny. Grant Morrison, I was watching a Grant Morrison documentary, and they were talking about how like Alan Moore doesn't like it when other creatives mess with his stuff. So you know what Grant said? He goes, "Oh yeah, I like to screw with his stuff out of spite."
Honestly, that would be, I mean, to
Oh,
do that out
also
of spite.
Neil Gaiman.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah. Or John Byrne having a fetish about his superheroes kissing 14-year-old girls.
You would never let that down.
No, Britt, should I let that down?
No, you shouldn't.
Exactly. The more I see people promote John Byrne, the more I will be there to say, yeah, but he did this. And apparently it's a common thing.
Oh, it's so gross.
Well, yeah, exactly. But anyway, so back to this. So the thing about the ideal power couple, which was Superman and Wonder Woman, does is that they're both like let me put it this way. The detractors have half a point when they say they're the most powerful characters in the DC universe. That's half. They miss the other half of the argument. So when you have these two powerful and equally respected characters coming together, that's when you get like equality, because they both respect each other and they both are respected, period. That's where they're both the most powerful characters comes in.
Exactly. I mean, you would want a pairing that, uh, you know, basically two main characters. You would want that. You wouldn't want the supporting character type trope, because that means most of the time the female character will be pushed aside to the background and stuff like that. I mean, again, for Tomasi to say, "Oh, Diana is intimidating," why? Because she demands the spotlight.
So you
That,
mean you can't have her in the background, huh?
yeah, and I mean, that's pretty much what he wanted with Lois. She was baking pies, and the books weren't called Superman and Lois's son, um, John Kent. It was called Son of Kal-El, and his first volume was The Son of Superman.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are to have Clark and Diana have, you know, kids, it would be of equal. You have daughter of Wonder Woman right now, and Diana is nowhere to be found. It is about Steve. How do you elevate Steve, a know-nothing character? I have no idea. That is the one thing of mental gymnastics and other type of gymnastics to even get that far, as Tom King has done.
Yeah, exactly. Or it's like when in like the summary for issue 3, apparently Trinity is going to contribute to the death of Wonder Woman, then have to go back, constantly revive her. Isn't that the plot of Flashpoint?
But it's also the fact that that is also the well, it was a random cover, but a very, I would say, disgraceful homage to Perez. So I don't know if,
Oh yeah, I
yeah,
know what you're talking. Well, it's because, as we all know, Tom King's other problem is that he can't help but copying other people's work. He's that meme of like when two people are taking a test in school and he's doing this. That's what he's doing. He's like,
But
that's a
he
good
still
idea. I'm gonna
gets
steal that.
the questions wrong for some reason.
I am waiting for him to get caught and publicly called out. I will be there with popcorn roasting s'mores. I will go, so you mean Jared was right yet again? I tell you, the burden of being right all the time, it's a cross to bear because some things I don't want to be right about, but it has a certain satisfaction, right, Britt?
It does. It's very bittersweet because being right is, like you said, is you don't want to be right on the wrong things. And honestly, we've been right on a lot of the wrong things, which is, um, Tom King's Wonder Woman, um, Steve, uh, Clois. Yeah, it's a burden that we don't want to bear.
Exactly. But so even with this, because and Britt and I did an entire episode, one of the earliest episodes that we had, where we talked about like the cultural impact of Superman and Wonder Woman and the amount of people of all races and genders and creeds that identified with this particular couple, as opposed to Lois. Because again, there's a reason why there's an entire line of stuff called Power Couple still, like my phone case, where it's all about like that. Because again, from a public relations standpoint, like this way, it makes more. Britt, say you and I were dating, and I called you my Wonder Woman.
Right.
Isn't
And
that
it would
romantic as
be
hell?
right. Because, I mean, that was also from the 70s
Yeah,
where couples would say, well, the guy would say, my Wonder Woman, and the girl would say, my Superman. That, I mean, why would you want to say, my Lois Lane? Like, first of all,
that's an
Lane
insult to a
sounds
couple
like
right there.
Lane.
That's breakup grounds.
And also, I mean, if you want to have like symbols, why would you want an L? Like,
Yeah, I just realized that takes that gives new meaning to taking the L.
yeah, like I'm sorry, but I would not want to have a shirt with a big old L on it. That is just,
Well, actually, it's two L's.
oh, so you're a double loser. Oh my God.
Exactly.
No, thank you. I would rather have W's.
Exactly. Oh yeah, two W's. Oh my gosh, this works.
Yes.
Yeah, even cosplayers usually do Super One. Exactly. You don't do Lois because first off, no one would know that you're being Lois because she's just generic journalist number two.
Exactly. I
You
mean,
you would
her,
only know she's Lois if she has a name tag that says Lois.
right. Other than that, she is dressed like your average, everyday, not even a businesswoman. She looks like a kindergarten teacher.
She does, yeah, exactly. She looks like a school teacher, exactly.
Yeah.
But but that's what you also have from a visually appealing perspective. That's what you got. And again, it's because again it's seen as like you are my equal. There you go.
You would want that. You would want someone that is, and it's not 50-50. It's going to be 100% both ways. You want someone that you can be your very best with and be completely 100% honest with, and have that understanding. You don't want, yeah, again, you're going to have conflict because the perspective you will have different, but but with those differences, you were supposed to learn and gain something from each other with that. It's
Yeah.
not one person trying to fix this person or trying to teach this person, and that's all. That's it. That's all. You're not learning from your significant other. No, that imbalance does not work in relationships. And Yeah, it's fiction. You can do the whole superficial shine and um rainbows for no conflict for, with Chloe because it is what it is with them. You can do um the dysfunction with Batman and Catwoman because again, it is what it is with them. But to romanticize their problems though instead of addressing them, that's the issue we have. But you have Superman and Wonder Woman, which again, they have their similarities, they have their differences, and they are two sides of the same coin. With that, they also have different perspectives that they can learn from each other with. Clark, he grew up as an outsider, he grew up in the inside. So he understands and how to, in a sense, navigate through that. Diana, she's an outsider from the outside, but she also connects with her otherness to help Clark connect with his otherness. So that's the power balance of not, again, physical power, but the emotional and mental power that they give each other. And that's what we
Exactly.
love.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, this is why whenever I see people talk about how it doesn't. Oh, but Dave actually has a good point. To paraphrase Frank Miller, superhero romances should be just as larger than life and epic as all other aspects of these characters. Exactly. That's the thing. It's like you can do. When I talked to Comic Historian about this, R.I.P., he said the exact same thing. He said, here's the problem with like pairing superheroes with non-superheroes. Ultimately, that limits the amount of stories that you can do because it's just Superman saves Lois. With Wonder Woman, we saw with the Charles Sewell book that led to some hilarious moments, particularly involving Apollo, which is my favorite Superman moment of all time.
Exactly. To say
Wait,
that
wait, wait,
there's,
wait. Again, Lord Zed just woke up as Lois dead yet.
oh my God.
Oh my gosh, that's great. I love you, Zed. Good to see you, buddy.
Wow.
God damn, I love that. He came in hot today. But it's like whenever I like go onto Twitter and see people talking about how like being with Superman turns into just Superman's girlfriend. I go, I think you're talking about Lois because that's all Lois is. If you put it with Diana, we have a book where it was we say it was half and half, but really mostly it was a Wonder Woman book. She got the
Yes.
most like character. There was like multi pages where she was talking to her mother about like not being sure if she can be like this out in the this like essentially secretive person with this, and they had to deal with that. That's called character development. Or wait, hey Tomasi, you know what that's called? You know what that's called? Come, I'll whisper in your ear. Conflict.
Natural conflict.
Natural conflict, not the BS that you tried to put. The man retconned in some animosity they had when they first met with the "You're strong, I know,"
Right. And it did, honestly, it was kind of like, okay, so how does these two end up together if they
and he
have,
made Wonder Woman conceited because it's like "You're strong, I know," and humble, and I go, "Oh, shut up."
yeah, it's that was ridiculous. And it honestly didn't even read like Clark and Diana would have that type of conversation. I mean,
Which is
any
why,
type of,
which is why when Britt and I recommend people read the series, we only say read the first two volumes. Do not read
yes.
anything else.
And that's a shame that we can't give them the completed volumes because uh, it's just so awful.
Yeah, exactly. It's antithetical, and Tomasi is seen as this like god of Superman writing. Exactly. That's my point on like creators doing stupid stuff. This is why I don't have any particular worship for a creator. Let me say, if Zack Snyder turned out to be a horrible person, I wouldn't be a Zack Snyder fan. But Zed also says, does Lois Lane actually do anything in comics anymore? She is the editor in chief of the Daily Planet and profits from being Superman's wife. Essentially that. And she got superpowers, but she doesn't have many more, Zed.
Right.
That's
That's
pretty much that. But again, if you have to turn, you don't have to turn Diana into editor in chief of the Daily Planet. She is just awesome being Diana. Anyway, so to Black Bolt, and so again, when you have like the thing, they are like in the same way that Superman and Wonder Woman are like equals. They are both equals in terms of rank. Like I said before, with him being a king and her being a queen, but she's not a subordinate queen because that's one of the pitfalls you kind of fall into when you have like a king and queen, because the queen can sometimes be like not an equal ground for the king, but that is very much not the case when it comes to Black Bolt and Medusa. He very much can. I think it's because they also grew up together, so they have that like I know you really well and you know me, you know everything about me. It's like in the show. Do you know when Black Bolt's powers first manifested?
no.
I'm not sure if this is in the show, but I mean in the comics, but the way they do in the show, and it's actually very emotional. I like this part. So at first, his powers don't manifest at first. He goes through Terrigenesis, but then at one point, I think he's being yelled at by his parents or something like that. Then he loses control, yells, and kills his parents with the Sonic Blast.
Wow.
So
That I was not ready for.
yeah, exactly. And he was told to like stay in this like cell that would like absorb the sound, so he couldn't leave this like box essentially until Medusa came and found him, and he basically gave the whole "get away from me, I'll hurt you," and then she says, "I'm not afraid."
Oh, that's so
See,
emotional.
that's what you got there. So that is the point. She's seen him at his worst, and she has helped hoist him up, if you will. So that's why I think he's never seen her as a subordinate. In fact, with the entire royal family, he doesn't. Yes, he's the king, so ultimately, with his way goes. But he very much considers her not just his queen, but his very close advisor.
So he's not like Zeus.
No, oh no, 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 no. He's the type of guy that would say, "Zeus, come over here. I'm going to give you a secret on how to treat your wife right," and he just yells in his ear. Yeah, he is in another similarity. He is the anti-Zeus.
Yes. Well, I think it's not that hard to be
I know.
anti-Zeus.
You just have to not lay your scroll everywhere, as you so eloquently put it. That's the best way to ever talk about Zeus.
Because he loves to do that, you know.
Oh yeah, there's a reason why a lot of I love where in Blood of Zeus when Apollo goes, "Oh, it's one of Father's bastards again."
That is really like to normalize that is so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like with this, and it's like he's a king. He's constantly the only thing Black Bolt cares about is taking care of his people, not enriching himself. Not, he has only ever looked out for the well-being of those closest to him. And random, I think some of them are dead because of the death of the Inhumans, but most of the royal family is still alive. I'm not sure if Marvel has done anything with them since then, but all I know is that most of the Inhuman royal family are alive. So that's the point. And that's the interesting thing about the way Marvel shelved them is they knew that like people still like Black Bolt, Medusa, Crystal, Lockjaw, and all the others, the Triton. So they're like, okay, let's get rid of like the characters that people don't care about, and then just keep the ones so we can still make books with like Medusa and Black Bolt and all that stuff, because people ultimately still care about these characters.
Yeah, but Marvel
But
doesn't.
Marvel will find a way. Marvel will find a way. Like it's like in what's the word, in Jurassic Park, nature finds a way, Marvel will find a way. Yeah, exactly. Well, there's also Ms. Marvel, they killed her for because I said this in the Spider-Man episode, but do you know why they killed her in the Spider-Man comics, Britt?
No.
because they wanted to bring her back as a mutant because Ms. Marvel in the TV show is a mutant. So Marvel, it's his thing. Marvel will shoot itself in the ass for synergy, like legit, like shotgun to the ass. So they killed her in a Spider-Man book just so they can resurrect her as a mutant.
Yeah, that is
Hmm.
something.
You wonder why people were so pissed off when you did that. But anyway, tell us more about this couple.
Wow. Okay.
We have so many tangents this episode.
Okay, so they are again, going with the king, queen, the royal. Royalty is not anything bad. To sum this up, it's basically like power couple and royal couple. So many people aspire, or couples aspire to be that, or at least feel that way. So when detractors be like, oh, power couple, that's eugenics. First of all, you don't know the definition of eugenics, so stop using that. It's
Mm-hmm.
These fans are very much just parrots. They hear one thing and continue on repeating it with no real knowledge of what that means. And even the fascism thing too. Again, Clark and Diana are outsiders. The immigrant and the refugee story. Majority of this fandom is very diverse. So where in the world do you get the idea of saying if you ship Super Wonder, then you're a fascist? Where does that come from? You know, but yet you have where Superman rejects his otherness to be with Lois, that it's a burden or something like that. Isn't that's blatant, xenophobia. Um, so, but with Inhumans, and again, yeah, Marvel, terrible, they still give this confidence, that otherness is still celebrated and otherness is worth fighting for. So you have Medusa and Black Bolt, they are fighting for their people, as Superman is specifically. But now Wonder Woman was supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly. Um, so that essentially, so then we get to the conclusion of the couples before we get to our crossover story, and the thing is, ultimately, they are like in many ways. It's kind of funny. Here's another similarity they have with Superman and Wonder Woman. They were a thing that at first was pushed by editorial, and then editorial tried to destroy when they no longer needed it.
And the thing is, they do need it. Like, you need all the storylines you can
Mhm.
get, basically.
Uh,
And yeah,
well, well,
that
well,
is
when your sales are in the gutter, yeah, you can't be picky.
exactly. And you can try to push the same thing over and over, but you're still going to get the same results.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, as long as hey Britt, what's the definition? What's that? What word applies to this definition where you try the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different
Being
result?
being stupid, being
It's called being
repetitive.
insane. That's the definition of insanity.
Yeah, well, that too. And well, it's all of the above. Any word you can think of, stubbornness, you know, um, delusional, just thinking something is going to change when it's not, unless they, I don't know, it's kind of like you're playing the same numbers of the lottery, thinking that, those numbers are going to win, and they never
Hmm.
do, but you continue playing the same numbers for 80 years. Yeah, you might as well just give up, you know?
Exactly. So now, as you guys know, whenever Britt and I do couples comparisons, we always do a little if this crossover actually happened in the comics, how would we do it? So Britt, tell us about this 6-issue prestige crossover event.
Okay, so I was wondering, okay, what villain are we to use for this? And most of these stories we have, they they combine everything that we've talked about, their similarities and their differences, and it's as always, I just feel like with the story, as far as Clark and Diana's side of this story, their relationship has to be under a microscope, as we said, and scrutinized. So that's the thing, one of the themes of the story. And it's also about power dynamics and the expectation of being the power couple of DC and the royal couple of Marvel and protecting, the worlds or that that they love. So, and also within their relationship, it's tested of because of the pressure that the world, put them under, can they actually survive as a couple, or do they have to end up breaking apart, to get the work done or to continue on with their independence? And that majority goes to Medusa because of what Marvel did. And I feel like, that's a very cowardly move. You don't have to break up a couple for them to have the independence. Just, write them as, again, these respected equals, and you wouldn't have that issue. But Diana and Medusa, they will connect of being of royalty, you know, um, and with being the female characters, they basically need to be pushed a little bit more than the male characters because yeah, um you can easily have them in the background, but because of how powerful they are in their own right, they will be pushed at basically front and center. And then Clark and Black Bolt, they are two men burdened by restraint. Clark, he has this immense power and he rivals Zeus, but he is Zeus or Hercules. And then Black Bolt, he can't speak.
Hmm.
If he even one little sound, it will cause a catastrophe. And that is a mental, like, that will basically break you. So we go into that. The core
Exactly.
themes, power and perception, basically you know, um, how the public perceives them, as a couple. We saw that a little bit in the New 52. We also saw that even in Post Crisis. You know, you have some issues where I think it was JSA where Stargirl was like, "Oh, Superman and Wonder Woman and Superman, they everyone thinks that you two are together because it's just a perfect fit." You when After Action Comic 600, Perez, he still wanted to play along with Clark and Diana, will they, won't they? So he had them meet in public, and as they were flying, they hugged, and you have the public looking up at the sky and telling Clark to kiss Diana. Then we have, as I said, New 52, where the public now knows of their relationship, and it's a back and forth thing. You have even Apollo having his jealousy, his hatred, shown as he and Eros is looking through the Skyrim pool. You have Hal saying basically a callback to when he said dibs.
I
And
love that.
again,
Oh, and by the way, you also have Wonder Woman 226 by Rucka, which it's a magazine that's like all the different eras showing Superman and Wonder Woman together.
Yeah, that's the only thing that Rucka actually respected their relationship with.
Yeah, I know. When I got to that part in the omnibus, I'm like, why is it Britt like this?
It's kind of like that was the only bone that he would, give us. But
And then it's immediately followed by Blackest Night. I go, oh, that's why.
yeah, and it's also, I mean, it. I don't know. It's kind of like a thing where, again, is a very natural relationship. It's just people thrive off of dysfunction in the worst way, you
Mm-hmm.
know. Um, so the next uh theme is responsibility and intimacy. Is basically, let's say, the callback to when Clark asked Diana, or he was, I think that was issue 5, Shelter in the Storm conversation. It's, can we do the work together when we are so focused on, or he focused on making sure that she is protected, and trying to shield her. And Diana basically says, I if I thought that we couldn't do our jobs, we wouldn't be together. And also the whole the world come first. If that changes, then we can no longer be together. You also have the voice and the silence. You have Clark and Diana, they voice their emotions and everything, and then Medusa and Black Bolt, they have to communicate mentally and with sign language, and also I would say that Black Bolt's expressions should go into it as well. Like,
Mm-hmm.
even if he uses sign language, it's still like basically he can lie using sign language, but
Mm-hmm.
his eyes or just his expression can really show his truth.
Yep.
And then it's feminine power versus patriarchal legacy, which, as in, you do have the king and queen as supposed to be equals, but at the same time, because of Medusa being just the voice, or perceived as just the voice for Black Bolt, it seems like he's in control, when it's actually, again, them being equals and Medusa having her own right as ruler. And with Cersei being the villain, she, of course, I don't think that Cersei hates men, but she just sees them as lesser. So
Mm-hmm.
seeing Diana and Medusa having these loving relationships and basically doing things in support of the men that they love, she doesn't like that. So it's basically, she feels like what they're doing is a weakness to women.
Yeah, exactly. So, issue one.
So issue 1, we go to Clark and Diana. They get a call that some mystery, we always have to have a mystery warp within
Mm-hmm.
space or something just to get the crossover. Um, and uh, they get an alert near the Mediterranean, and that is where the where an Inhuman outpost is. And they meet Black Bolt and Medusa. And at first, they seem like they are going to be uh, a threat, and wondering, skeptical of who they are. But Diana, being the diplomat that she is, she uses a lasso, or she asks questions. She doesn't throw the first punch. She asks questions first. Her and Medusa obviously will start communicating, and connecting instantly. Then you have where um, Cersei is conjuring up a plan to disrupt this peaceful meet. She sometimes Cersei just wants to be entertained. And when doing this, I thought of Perez, and Also, well, yes, because her name is Medusa, but also I did think of Isle Gorgon,
Hmm.
of how it
Yeah,
was
me too.
basically a whole entertainment thing. Um, so with this, with the Eye of, um, I think it's Phobos, I want to
Yeah.
say, um, it's to manipulate reality, manipulate the media, and everyone who's already questioning these relationships. They Cersei wants to amplify that and have people go against Clark and Diana and now Black Bolt and Medusa to basically not trust the heroes, and especially when they are a couple. This is, of course, meta commentary on fans, how we see on Twitter, or even the bias, articles like from Screen Rant. They manipulate the narrative to where you have fans questioning and being hateful towards Clark and Diana as a couple. Clark and Diana, they have a private um, conversation in the fortress, basically talking about their relationship again, calling back to the Shelter from the Storm conversation in, I believe that was issue 5. Then Black Bolt and Medusa, they receive an invitation from Earth, or I would say the DC world, to a summit, and it's basically to welcome them, but it's also a trap from Cersei. So you see, Cersei is now she's about to wreak havoc.
All right. I love it. Continuing on.
So, issue 2, Medusa, she takes charge of the Earth Summit while Black Bolt, he remains silent, of course. She is the voice. And because of the DC Earth, they aren't truly understanding why he isn't speaking. Again, this is part of the manipulation of the media from Cersei. So it's going to be a little bit difficult, maybe dramatically difficult, for them to understand what's going on. And they think that a lot of people are basically skeptical of them. Um, Medusa, she starts to feel exhausted and like she's being pulled in different directions, especially with her responsibilities, and she's on the verge of wanting to separate from Black Bolt just to get herself um, back to her own self and her confidence. Again, here we go with more Cersei manipulations, and now she's trying to not only um, have outside people turn against them, but have them turn against each other and within themselves, of questioning themselves. So um, there's a public leak where it looks like the Medusa, Diana, Clark, and Black Bolt are having a confrontation, but they're really not. But of course, as we see in reality, AI and everything like that, and certain things are taken out of context. So that's one, um, another conflict to pile on with the conflicts that they have.
Hmm.
Um, then you have Diana, though. She, of course, being the symbol of truth, she realized that, oh no, this is definitely something taken out of context, and we have to basically get ahead of it. So she contacts Medusa for them to have a private talk or so. And while Medusa and Diana are still connecting, you have Clark and Black Bolt connecting. This is pretty much similar to the Superman and Wonder Woman annual 2, um, when they have the dinner
Oh, okay.
with Arthur and Mira.
Hmm.
So Cersei, she's still at it with her um, whole thing of now creating illusions, and Diana, she she sees the Amazons, and this is something also in the back of Diana's head that I would say would be an interesting fear or feeling that Diana have, of feeling like, is she doing enough to balance her role as a representative of the Amazons and also a representative of Earth, and will she end up putting one over the other? Of course, the Amazons are always first for her, but at the same time, it's like she doesn't want to neglect. She wants to keep that balance. And yes, this is a slide on Tom King for his victimizing the Amazons and putting Steve first.
As all things should be.
um, so now Cersei, she's up in it a little bit. She has the media um questioning these two power couples. She has them now starting to question themselves. Now she's about to up it to where their fear manifests into a physical form of doppelgangers.
Okay. All right.
So it's
Okay.
so it's so issue three, we now have reality warping, the doppelgangers, and just everything that they feared, their inner fears is now manifesting, and it's something that they don't know if they could fight it. You have Clark as a tyrant. This is a slide on injustice. You have Diana being the goddess of war. I I mean, this was the conflict Diana had for Meredith Finch
Mm-hmm.
when Diana was crying blood and having nightmares and stuff. So that works, but we know for sure Diana, she would never turn into that sort of goddess of war. She always, well, what Soul said that with having that role, she wants to understand war to completely demolish it, basically, or prevent it as long as she can have it stopped. Then Medusa, she's basically, if she is to gain more control and just be the sole, queen, will that type of power get to her where she is basically becoming a dictator? And then Black Bolt, he feels like, well, now that you've explained to me how powerful his sound is and um, what he had to do, yeah, will he end up becoming a genocidal maniac in a sense, if his frustration of being silent becomes too much? So the couples, they understand that this is a manipulation tactic, especially with Diana. She is always going to be the voice of reasoning for and the moral compass for all of our stories. So she keeps it in line with the truth, and they have to just navigate through how are we to defeat our fears. Um, and then, of course, we have Cersei still. She's thinking that, love is dumb. You know, she it's a weakness. And you two powerful women being attached to these men, it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
So we go on to issue four.
Okay. And here we go.
We go on to issue four, and Diana and Medusa are the first to that um break out into their illusions. They have you see the feminine strength, you see how women are strong despite being in relationships. And
Mm-hmm.
again, this goes back to Sewell, what he wanted to show with Diana. How well Sewell did this was in issue four, I believe, when he had Diana whole monologue within the issue, even though she wasn't specifically in that issue when Clark was fighting Zod
Hmm.
before he got Feora free from the Phantom Zone,
Hmm.
you still felt Diana's presence though. Even if she was the one monologuing and we didn't see her, that is how strong the female voice is supposed to be. So within this is mostly like a strong female voice of their voices. Then Medusa, she basically still has questions. She still feels like she's just the voice of Black Bolt instead of her own voice. So Diana, she assures her and says, you know, you are the voice not just for Black Bolt, but for your people and for yourself, and we're not vessels for our partners. Basically, we're not um, accessories, and we are pillars beside them. We are of equals. Meanwhile, Black Bolt and Clark, they're fighting their doppelgangers, literally and figuratively, and they're kind of losing because these two are so um they've kept themselves restrained, you know, for all of their lives. With Clark, he's been that calm farm boy, and not wanting to go overboard in fear of can he get back to his calm state. But of course, they do have Diana and Medusa to help them through it. And Diana, this basically goes from to issue 12 of Clark basically now confident within himself and able to um, be free, and that's all that these relationships pretty much show and are about. These characters being free to be themselves, all of themselves, and without fear. Yeah, they have to have some restraint because of the power that they hold. You don't want Clark accidentally bending, uh, I don't know, accidentally hitting the table and cracking it, in half. You don't want that.
And you
But
don't want Black Bolt to go, "Hey Lois, can I have a conversation with you?" Maybe we actually do want kind of want that.
yeah, you don't just those sort of slip ups. You don't want that, but at the same time, you don't want them just basically set in a box, And honestly, in a meta sense, DC and Marvel has done that. But we want to get out of that. Um, uh, Cersei now, she was at first behind the scenes, and now she wants to reveal herself basically to have her final battle. So if we go to issue 5, and Cersei again, she tries to do some more shenanigans because she's not going to give up. I truly believe that Cersei is very stubborn.
She is.
She is going to continue on with her trickery. So James Gunn, definitely that was a mess with Creature Commandos because
Yeah.
having Weasel um defeat her was very embarrassing. That was not Cersei.
Mhm.
So Cersei drags them to a pocket dimension, and again, this goes to um, their fears yet again. This is Adeline,
Mhm.
where monarchs they rule as tyrants. You have and Diana, how you know fans say, "Oh, she's quick to kill." So it's sort of that warped reality to think that, oh, Diana kills, but she's killing in love. That sort of thing of how fans think that she will be sword happy. We know that is wrong.
Mhm.
So again, the couple split up. They have to now defeat this illusion that Cersei is conjuring up. And not this time, at first, it was them by themselves. And trying to basically to defeat their inner demons or their inner doubts. Now it's them going up against this illusion together as partners, and then all four of them. And Diana defeats Cersei. Um, I would say the image that I had for this was it was by Phil Jimenez when Diana um I forgot what issue it was, but Diana was so mad and she was so close to punching Cersei in the face, but she held back.
Mhm.
So that image basically was in my mind for that is that Diana, she doesn't physically, even if she wanted to, because of all the mess Cersei has, started with the public and just having this emotional toll on them. Um, she holds back, that physical punch. And she says, "You can't destroy what is freely chosen, and we choose love." So of course Diana defeats her with love. And then issue 6 is the aftermath epilogue, and you basically have the world now returning to normal, but you still have, of course, even if you tell the truth, show the truth, there are still people who question it. So it is what it is. But the world is now just accepting them again as the couple that they are and the heroes that they are. Um, Cersei, she's still at it. She is not going to give up. She's going to think of another plan to go after them again. Black Bolt and Medusa return to Adeline. Um, and it's not to hide or anything, it's for them to now have the Earth heroes, which is the Justice League, to visit them and for them to host a summit or, just a gathering. And then Clark and Diana, they are at the UN. Of course, we have to have Diana as the ambassador, and she speaks with Clark by her side as not only as a hero, but also that to confirm that they are a couple and they will be together. This goes into the end of issue 12, where Clark and Diana basically um, agree that it's going to be a difficult road and everything like that, but they are ready to face the challenges.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, Britt. But first off, great story. I would totally read this. So I'll tell you what a comic I don't want to read. Wonder Woman 22.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
You had to. We had to follow up a great story with a crap story. Because here's the thing. Yes, this issue compared to the rest of it is like relatively inoffensive, but here's the problem with it. A, Steve acts like an idiot, and B, the art in this is not good. Like if you look at Diana's face, she has a man face. And then you're
No,
making a January 6th reference, really?
yes, the Mouse and Mouse Man is January 6th reference, but also, I mean, the fact that the Justice League is nowhere to be found, no one, security, Secret Service or whatever, nowhere to be found. And I believe actually the one of the security guards or whoever on one page looked like Barack Obama. So I'm like, oh wow, like you were definitely doing some
He's insulting
political.
everyone right now.
Yeah, he's insulting everyone. And the way Barack, the character that looked like him, was very cowardly, and and to also have Steve, you know, basically trigger happy with wanting to shoot the rat. So,
Or him
or the
saying,
mouse.
here's the other thing. I just realized this. Here's the other problem with this. So he wakes up and goes, "That was a great night." And then he sleeping with Wonder Woman. Of course, it should be great. So then he asked her out on a date at the end of this issue. Are you telling me that they slept together even though they weren't even dating?
Um, I don't even know because, well, what it seemed like is that Diana has it seems like King he said near the beginning, and apparently Steve didn't even know that Diana can talk to animals. He doesn't even know much about her because he says,
No, but it's like they slept together though.
and honestly, like, but the where Diana is living, she didn't even have her own place either. So, uh, you know what? I don't even know. It's
Yeah, because I'm like,
backwards.
here's the thing. It's the most lazy thing in the world.
So, the place that he's wherever, um, is basically where Diana is now, but that was after um New 52 or whatever. She lives in Washington now, I guess. I don't know. It's just very confusing or whatever. But I mean, Steve acting like whiny, because Diana wasn't there when he woke up. That was such a not very manly at all. And then to say, "Oh, well, you're Wonder Woman and I'm just," yeah, you are just, because why are you whining when Diana has a job to do? Um, he also had a little jealousy um with the mentioning of Superman, Clark. So, I mean, Lois to be jealous of Diana, Steve to be jealous of Clark, that's I guess that's a thing now.
Yeah, exactly. It's it's one of those, and then it's like when Diana makes a blatantly sexist move, saying all men are all mice are like not something like that, but all men on the other hand, and I go,
But yet you're with Steve,
yet you're with Bland Man over there.
right? And yeah, everything was very awkward and childish. Even just to talk about, they don't talk about it as adults. Um, Diana, she honestly, if you are to write this as a romance or whatever, it's not written that way. It's written basically as a Steve fantasy, and Diana, she's basically written like New 52, um, how Jeff Johns had her, where she was so the fish out of water. Every, Steve felt like he could mold her into what he wanted her to do.
Uh,
So with
And the funny part, Britt, this isn't even going to be canon anymore because according to Mark Waid, the Greg Rucka rebirth thing is canon. So that's her first appearance in the U.S. Not this BS.
I mean, yeah, the whole Sovereign Mouse Man thing, it, yeah,
Speaking of that, how about the Sovereign's appearance at the end of this issue?
it was dumb because you're telling me that the Sovereign has been in the DCU or whatever this whole time.
And
No
never
way.
made a move.
No way. And again, this is not a Justice League story. Like you're dealing with, and not only that, but you also already have the Amazons being banned. Like, how are they already being banned or whatever,
When
or
Diana's
creating this
supposed to be the
law?
first one there. Again, all this communicates is that King obviously doesn't care about Wonder Woman. He really doesn't. He's trying to turn Wonder Woman into more of a politically like charged book than it actually is.
That is,
It's stupid.
it is. I mean, it doesn't really make any sense. And I really hate that Diana's entire story is, first of all, the Sovereign. I mean, the vulture looking old dusty man. He's not her Joker, you know. Then you have Steve. The one thing that I really don't understand is how Tom King can say Wonder Woman past runs were about her love interest, and yet he's doing
Where
the same
Steve is the
exact thing.
protagonist in this issue. Diana's literally still a side character.
Yes. And then on top of that, you have the art. You can definitely tell that even Saint Pierre art isn't that, it's not as, you know, as good as some may. I mean, it all depends
Compared to
on.
this, it's Alex Ross quality.
True, 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 true.
Because I'm sorry, again, particularly this image of Diana's face, that's man face right there.
No, didn't you say she looks like Nicolas Cage?
Nicholas, that was Jin. Nicholas
Yeah,
Cage is Wonder Woman.
yeah, that was that was very accurate. Yeah, so it was very, I mean, this was so bland. You didn't even have a trending day.
Yeah, because I'm like, this isn't going to affect it. Next week we will. I mean, next month we will. But it was like, I saw this and I go, you know what's kind of funny with this and Trinity? No one talked about it.
That's good. I mean,
It's good. It's very, very, very good.
yeah. I mean, that would just show that no one cares for the book. Unfortunately, we don't want Diana's character to suffer. Like, honestly, I would think that DC would know that people are not liking King's writing than the character herself. You know,
Well, they should because you have Absolute Wonder Woman.
yeah. So I would hope that they would take it as we don't want King on the book, and it's not just
I
Diana.
think they will. I think they'll figure it out. By the way, speaking of Absolute Wonder Woman, it's gotten to the point where where Kelly Thompson has got me reading Captain Marvel books. I never thought I would say that.
Yeah, it's
When you
very
have a good writer, I want to look at her other stuff.
exactly.
Anyway, so then you get to the Chucky baby issue 4. So here's why we're talking about issue 4. The solicits talk about, so you're revisiting the Batcat wedding that didn't happen.
Because
Real
King is
quick,
obviously
real quick. So we're playing this. So we're doing this. I have to play this clip.
Hereby complete the mission of the Amazons by ridding this world of you forever.
that is so funny. I mean,
I had to make one of Diana. You know I had to.
yeah, that is better than the edit that I did because, of course, you can't play it with the
Oh
the
yeah, with the curse words. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Britt is not as restrained as I am, but it's like with this, I'm like, again with the bad people. This is the same issue where she hangs out with Jason Todd.
Well, that is issue 2,
Oh
actually. Yeah.
But okay, so you're doing more issues with the bat people. Why are you
Yes.
doing this?
I think that
What's the right? You know what's kind of funny? I think it's the greatest hits of Tom King, or it's like, oh, you mean the wedding that wasn't canon? And I think he's trying to canonize the Batcat book so he can say he got 100 issues of Batman.
exactly. Well, he did say that, I think, on Robert's channel, didn't he? When he
No,
said
because Robert said doesn't account with Batman because of the book. Because yeah, not really, because it wasn't really canon or anything like that.
But he also said that, well, he is determined to do 100 issues for the Trinity, so obviously he is in his mind, mental gymnastics and all, is, basically, um, he thinks that it is 100 issues, and especially, yeah, with using
It
Trinity.
doesn't count because guess what? No matter what he says, because the title on that issue is on that series is Batman Catwoman, not Batman. Doesn't count as your Batman run.
That's true. Also, it was in a sense, a Black Label book, I think, too.
It was.
So
So it's not canon. And I got news for you. under no circumstances do you get 100 issues on Wonder Woman. And I guarantee you after this, they're not going to put you on Superman.
Definitely not. And
So you're never going to get that.
with Trinity, we weren't surprised that not only it didn't hit the Bleeding Cool bestsellers list, but I guarantee you it's not gonna hit the um the ICV2 or the sales charts. Um because I think that people think that this is a special. Like, you know how they've
And no
had the
one
Trinity,
talked about issue 1. Literally no one.
you know, no
Not
one,
even the Wonder Woman fan base that normally posts about the stuff just to crap on it didn't even touch it.
right? Because you're basically trying to send a message to DC that even if we are mad, we are going to talk about it, but not within the week that, of course, controversy sells. So if you talk about
Well,
it,
it's also
people,
showing that no one gives a crap about this crappily made character.
exactly. And I mean, for you to try to give her a book and she's very much undeserving, uh, you know,
Instead of a Wonder Girls book.
yeah.
Or
I mean,
since or NJ knows this because she calls on it every time. Sensation Comics.
that is very much a monkey's paw because if you are to have Sensation Comics and they shoehorn in like Trinity or something,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it would be awful.
But
But
I see. Here's the thing. Here's why I don't think they're going to keep this character around. No one in the other books, no one references Diana having a kid. I guarantee you she would say it. The Wonder Girls are babysitting Trinity, but no one references Diana having a baby.
I mean, even with her, with having Trinity, it was not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Issue 14, it did not have a second printing. It didn't, I don't even think it charted.
I'm pretty sure no issue short of like once you got past issue 5, I don't think any issue for Tom King has gotten a second printing. That should
Exactly.
tell you something.
And honestly, I think the first two was just promotion.
Yeah.
It wasn't even,
Plus, here's what you guys have to realize: a lot of times, when it says it got a second or third printing, that doesn't mean it sold well. What that means is that they printed enough, and they print a lot of copies. Then they like release them, and then what happens is like they all of a sudden go to make you think the series is more popular. Oh, we got these other issues that we just printed out.
right. And it could be that sometimes it could be an underestimated,
Mm-hmm.
um, shipment. So it could be, okay, maybe they didn't do enough, but it still doesn't mean that that book sold out in that sense of it's a popular thing. It's just that, oh, they did, these limited printings. And yeah, maybe they do need more, but that still matters none. Um, but I also just think that it was just a promotional printing. It wasn't that the book sold.
No.
Um, and even with having him with the Eisners, that is definitely a popularity contest. And just,
Watch, watch him lose all those categories as this series normally does, and then Kelly Thompson sweeps. Or
I,
at this point, anyone but him, because if he loses all that, well, also if he loses it and Kelly sweeps, that's all the more reason to remove him from the book. And plus, then Britt and I can perpetually refer to him to refer to the series as the multi Eisner Award losing series.
yeah. And honestly, I don't even know why it's even nominated for an Eisner. It is not anything groundbreaking. It's only because of Tom King's name. And his writing and everything is not Eisner. It it's just unacceptable. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, when you give rewards for something. It is something that's supposed to be innovative, something that is supposed to be respected, that resonates, and highly praised, you know. And I don't mean shilling praise, I mean actually objectively praised, you know, something that truly speaks to even the naysayers. But this definitely feels like a popularity contest, and only because he has clout within DC. It doesn't feel earned at all. And the way DC rotates the same five writers is ridiculous. You know,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
you need a change. And with Trinity, the fact that he was so comfortable with saying that she was created to be the little sister of the Super Sons, and the Super Sons are like doing their own thing, they they aren't even friends really anymore. You know, they are.
Even on that, Britt, Andrew brings up a good point. In the New Gods book, Diana has been hanging out with Barda's baby more than Trinity.
You know, that was really cute. Like Diana isn't the way Tom King thinks that women are supposed to be the wife or mothers. Just because he has issues with mothers, that don't mean project that on the character. And honestly, it feels like that. It feels like Tom King and but I mean by all means dedicate you can dedicate things to your kids, and he feels like, oh, I'm writing this for my daughter. But at the same time, he also said that his daughter doesn't even like Steve. So what he's doing is self-inserting himself as Steve and propping up Steve and all of that to make his daughter like Steve. And
Mm-hmm.
in a sense, write it in a way of to say this is a father's and daughter story. It is for him to self-insert to say, "Oh, I wrote me and my daughter in a Wonder Woman comic," instead of it being a actual Wonder Woman story. And to say that, "Oh, this book is about Diana being awesome," where
Where
besides
is that?
her,
Because all it is, if being awesome is pining after a dead man, yeah, you kind of got you did fulfill that.
or not only that, but for him to say she's awesome, you think of the physical that she's fighting or whatever, or that you use these other characters as mouthpieces to say that she's awesome or something like that. You have Steve being a simp and all of that. That very superficial, very artificial, contrived. No, you need genuine writing, and with this, there is none. Chucky Baby, all of that, like totally unnecessary, especially when she does nothing for Diana's character. Well, she is fulfilling though the Chucky Baby title because she is killing Diana.
Mm-hmm. Which we'll see. But anyway, so then we get to a the uh, the solicits. I forgot that word for Wonder Woman 25, and now so we already we're done with the Sovereign, but now we're gonna meet the Matriarch.
Honestly, I think that King is doing this on purpose to villainize Matriarch. Um,
Watch, I'm gonna make a prediction. The Matriarch was really the one running the show, and the King was more a figurehead.
to make it seem like women empowerment or something.
Mm-hmm.
This First of all, who are these people? Like, all of these OCs are ridiculous. And then the cover to have like the timeline of you have the Sovereign, then you have
Mouse Man.
Mouseman and Emily have the baby, and then the baby grows up to kill Diana. So he basically just told the story, and this really um throws that whole theory out on the Trinity book, Jared, that no, Diana is alive and well during Trinity being a 5-year-old or whatever, a bratty 5-year-old.
Yeah,
She's
they
just,
say in issue 1, she's just depressed.
yeah, she's, so for 5 years, she's depressed because of Steve. Like, I, yeah, he did say that he, you know, when he writes Diana, he thinks of Gal's voice and stuff.
That's an insult because Gal actually had like emotion.
But to know that his entire inspiration for this run is Wonder Woman 1984.
That explains so much. By the way, I love how they market it. In this special edition, the Matriarch's first appearance marks the beginning of a new era for Wonder Woman. They are desperate.
I mean, a new era. Wasn't her making her
Wasn't the
Chucky
Mouse
baby?
Man supposed to be a new era, or her being? Wasn't issue 14 supposed to be a new era? So
Yeah.
she creates more eras than people change underwear.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, he's basically made her, you know, her original villains. He's made them, you know, useless with being lackeys for Sovereign. So yeah, he has to create OCs.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, when does 25 come out?
I have no idea.
It would be hilarious if that's the last issue. He goes, "Exciting new era," and then he's like, "That's the one where I'm getting." That's the issue they end his run on, and they go, "The exciting new era comes because you're not on the book." In which no
Right.
one references the matriarch ever again. That's the fun part about this, Britt, because he's made this so separate and so isolated that no one will reference his crappy run ever again.
I hope not.
I don't think they will, because here's the thing. DC always does this where King does damage to characters in his runs, and then future writers come in and change it. Plus, also, no one references his Batman run ever.
That's true. That's definitely
Ever.
true.
Like, people pretend it didn't happen.
I mean, so now we have to, that means that it's just a matter of time before someone retcons Trinity, basically.
Oh,
And
they definitely will. They'll either, and here's the thing: when people say they won't retcon her because there's so much marketing, where's the marketing?
there hasn't been any marketing for
That's the
Trinity.
thing. It's like the only time I've ever seen marketing is in the Trinity Daughter of Wonder Woman book that's on. By the way, that book had a page reserved for it or to advertise for it on literally every DC comic. Still didn't sell.
I mean, well, those books don't sell either, Jared.
No,
So
but my point is, compared to those books, still didn't sell. So I'm like,
True.
what are you doing here?
Yeah.
But NJ says, I hope September is a new relaunch with a new writer. Hopefully Kelly Thompson. Yeah, that would be great if it's Matea. I guarantee you, Kelly Thompson, who's like an uber a feminist, she's not going to reference anything Tom King does because he is the antithesis of feminism. The positive version of feminism, I mean.
Right. And honestly, I think that obviously with the hashtag, I'm pretty sure writers in DC editorial even knows about it and
Well, let me put it
knows.
this way. According to people I know, comic book shop owners are aware of it.
So it's guaranteed that DC.
You can't tell me they haven't told they haven't either told DC Comics about it, or DC Comics is not aware of it, and they see this in conjunction with the sales decline.
Well, I mean, take a hint.
Yeah, take a wild hint. I'm pretty sure the fan base is resoundingly. Even people that don't like Wonder Woman or that don't read her are saying I've heard this run is super bad.
Yes.
So it's like that should tell you something when his name is now warding people off the Wonder Woman book. It's the complete opposite of what you wanted.
I mean, you even have people talking about the DCU, that James Gunn saying that, oh, he refers to Tom King, and you have majority of you know,
responses is people like
responses.
red flag, red flag, red flag. Oh
Right,
no, it's because it got worse. Gunn says he sees all the scripts to make sure that that's the way they sound in the comics. You're not letting Tom King approve on how characters sound from the comics. Are you stupid?
right,
Anyway,
right.
so then we get, speaking of stupidity, this Screen Rant article. And by the way, so I had to do this. Your boy had to respond on Twitter. So the thing is, DC finally admits that Superman and Wonder Woman romance would never work, and their justification is that Batman scene in Wonder Woman 21 where Batman says, "You love the world more than anyone," but what King is forgetting is that she loves Steve Trevor more than the world. She has demonstrated that. So that's the first part. Second part is, I said, "Hey, Screen Rant, this proves you are just fashing for clicks because you clearly didn't read any new 52 books." And I posted the panel that Britt and I said of when they were with Superman and Wonder Woman. And Wonder Woman says, basically says we have a special agreement. The world comes first under any circumstances.
Right. Yeah, first of all, this is a month old, almost 2 month old article that they are referencing back. So obviously slow news day and they didn't have anything else
There you go.
to reference. I mean, you just had a Wonder Woman comic come out and you reference a almost 2 month old article for clickbait. That's, you
Mhm.
know, very pathetic. And the whole thing is taken out of context, but it's also, why are you pulling a relationship in that was not mentioned? Like,
And
why are you talking
also,
about
here's the thing: is that when people say, because they say that like Clark loves like, when people say, okay, that literally means, if we're going off of this argument, Clark or Diana can't date anyone.
right?
So
And
what are you doing?
it's also not a flex. It's not. First of all, Screen Rant really should like get sued or something because no one at DC Comics, the company itself, did not say anything about Clark and Diana's relationship, didn't say anything. You just made that all up.
Mm-hmm.
That, like, how are you a comic site and
Mm-hmm.
you are doing something so, like, making stuff up when it's not even there? Um, And again, it's not a flex because you're making Diana seem very shallow. You're making her seem very selfish and on the verge of injustice, basically. To put one person above her people, above Earth, Diana would never do that, you know? So why would you think that that's something good? And of course, they all think, well, some people will think that's good because it's throwing Clark and Diana's relationship under the bus. If anything, it's making Clark and Diana's relationship look better because, again, yeah, as you posted the panel, they put the world first. You know, there's never been where Clark and Diana would say that they love each other more than Earth, more than helping people or whatever. But you have this storyline where Diana's character is being completely revamped and she is being more emotional. And she's not even being emotional because King's writing is very stiff, but she's showing more of something for Steve than her people who have been murdered, trafficked, and taken away from their families. You know, that to me just does not make sense. And also, it just, again, you are making Diana seem so unlikable. Every time they try to bash Clark and Diana's relationship, they just don't know how shallow and unlikable they are making Clark and Diana.
Yeah, exactly. And they never ever will. And it's like what it is, Britt, is that a lot of these sites are desperate because they know that like most people now go to like people like us for news on comic books and not to them like they used to. And like they're trying to get people to read their stuff, but it's like because like you said, they're just recycling another article that was written months ago, even before like that issue. So I go, guys, what are you doing?
I mean, it's so like it's bad enough that CBR and most likely Screen Rant uses AI generated articles. I mean, even the intern from CBR actually posted it. I guess he was being fired, he or she was being fired. So they used the CBR Twitter account and posted, admitting that they use AI for articles. And for you, again, to spread this misinformation that I mean, it's to a point where you don't even know if the people who are it says by so and so, you don't even know if that person is real.
Probably isn't. Probably isn't. I'd imagine
Because
so.
because what's weird is that when you click on the article and click on the person, they don't have like a link Twitter or anything like that.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Could be a fake person.
So you're doing fake articles with fake people.
That
And
that really makes me take your opinion very seriously.
right. And again, what did if Clark and Diana's relationship is so bad, why is it always like the top of the conversation? If
Someone's
you
threatened.
yeah, even if it's not even in existence, you know, and Tom King is hell bent on having Diana obsessed with Steve. For you to go that far deep, it really again just shows how Clark and Diana's relationship is so crucial, and it is that big of a threat to traditional relationships. Um,
Exactly. So in other words, we're right.
yeah, I mean, you could have at least did like if you wanted to prop up Steve, you could have written an article just about that, just about them. But instead,
But
you
no one
want
would read
to
it.
true. So again, you use Clark and Diana, and it's so funny how they use Clark and Diana even for the images, and it's kind of like those images only make you want to ship them. It's not even
That's not a flex. I mean, if you had picked something from the Tomasi run, I could see it. But no, you picked the image that they used to sell the relationship.
yes. It's and again to say DC said this when no, there's no source to that, but you're using a random quote from a random book that honestly did not sell.
Mm-hmm.
That, you know,
That in fact flopped. So
yeah. It honestly this everything that DC or whoever else, whether it's detractors on Twitter or it's Screen Rant or whatever, being biased, even by AI articles, all you're doing is hurting yourselves, you know, alienating a fan base that was willing to support, who actually has the backing, obvious to be successful and to be popular. But no, you want to just stay shackled to tradition, and it's hurting, and we see it in real time.
exactly. So before we end up, there's just a little something that I wanted to say because I received an email earlier this week indicating that Under Two Capes, the podcast of that launched this entire channel, has been ranked among the top 100 podcasts on the internet for comics, and I cannot overestimate how proud I am of this achievement. It's all thanks to you guys watching and the incredible crew that I have.
And congratulations, Jared.
I thank you, but particularly when you see the competition as well, particularly in the DC Comics thing, where I'm in the top third.
Yes, that
Did
is
not see
quite
that coming.
that is quite the achievement, and well deserved too.
Thank you. It is utterly, like, at first I thought it was a scam, honestly, until I looked up the website, Melian Podcast, and legit, it was like, wait, what? This is legit. Like, what? Wow. And again, it was like, it wasn't what I was going for in terms of, as Britt knows, I don't do this for like accolades, but I do this because I love this stuff. But this, it's unbelievable. It really is.
Yes, it is, and I mean, as I said, is well deserved because you don't. Well, I would say that your reward is bringing the fans together and bringing a positive platform for anyone to say, well, not anything that they want to say.
Well,
You know,
yeah.
keep it PG, or PG-13, but just have that freedom to express your love, for the characters just as much and just to have fun. So yeah, of course, is like I said, is very well deserved, and I'm so proud of you. I'm proud to um just to be this is part of this too, because it's such a positive um vibe all around, and it is because of you, Jared, the energy that you put out there.
I really appreciate that. And thank you to everyone that has watched, whether or not you're a longtime viewer or a first time viewer, you have contributed to this. And I cannot, like, overestimate how much that means to me. So, Britt, you have any stories you want to tease us with before we go?
Okay, so in about a week, I will have my 5,000 points for chapter
We'll
two
see.
of Odyssey. Oh,
If
I
you
definitely will.
actually send it to me.
I said, I said, give me another week. um, but yeah, I will be having that done. I am uploading a few more stories that I've actually done, and you have read them, Jared.
Mm.
So those I will be uploading, and then finishing a couple more one shots. Chapter 4 of story 1 for Shelterverse, a new story called Stranded. That is about uh 4 or 6 chapters. Um, and it's just a lot of ideas going on. I also have more Twitter threads that I want to do.
Heck
I do
yeah.
have I do have one for Tom King, a very long thread, and it's basically telling um about why the fans are so not aggressive, but just very strong-minded with how they feel about Tom King and why
Mhm.
his writing and everything is so problematic, and just everything that he has, done as that has offended the fandom, whether it is plagiarizing a story or character assassinating, or just, you know, bolstering the clout that he had with firing an editor, with getting an editor fired, or the Jay Lee incident. That's just things that people need to be aware of. Um, it, and for the Wonder Woman fandom, is not just pulling something out of the air. We have a legitimate, valid reason for, in a sense, quote unquote, hating, Tom King. And I think I would probably run a poll on subjects for Wonder Woman that I would do threads on. I
Heck
do
yeah.
want to do a Trinity thread to basically tell the history of the Trinity because people thinking that the Trinity has always been friends or they have this sibling dynamic or whatever. No. So that's something else that needs to be corrected. And yeah, other potential ideas that I have, like I said, I will probably run a poll for it, but it will be Wonder Woman centric.
Heck yeah, I can't wait. You always do such a very detailed threads, Britt.
Thank you. Well, that's with everything, whether it is threads, stories, or our notes for the show.
Exactly. Oh, yes, exactly. Last week had 56. 56 slides, Britt. 56.
I'm sorry. I'll
No,
try
no, it's
to.
all good. It's all detailed in everything we want to do. It's just I'm like, oh my god.
Well, you're faster than putting the PowerPoint together than me doing the research.
Yeah, how's that feel knowing so you spend like a week doing that thing and I just throw it into a PowerPoint?
Yeah, it takes you about 10 minutes to do the PowerPoint with
More
my
like half
week's worth.
hour, I would say.
Still, that a half hour versus 7 days is kind of like, wow.
Yeah, exactly. Very guys, stay heroic. Remember, Lois Lane is Lois Lane. She belongs to General Zod. Steve Trevor belongs as about as deep as you can get someone on the core of the planet Pluto. Zois the Max the Bat for life. We'll see you later. Bye bye.